yearned for your tender caress to bind our fortunes. Damn what the stars are, rend my heart open, then your love profess, a winding, weaving fate to which we both atone. You flee, my dream come the morning, your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. The wolf I will follow into the storm to find your heart, its passion displaced by our ever-growing, hardening into stone. Amidst the cold to hold you in a heated embrace, you flee, my dream come the morning, your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet,
16 times the detail.
Dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. I know not if fate would have us live as one, or if by love's blind chance we've been bound. The wish I whispered when it all began, did it forge a love you might never have found? You flee, my dream come the morning, your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Okay, we're here. We made it. We're doing it. We're living life. Hold on. Screen swap, screen move. Alakazam. Maybe. Yay, it worked. Hi, everybody. How's it going? Hopefully you're feeling good. We're kind of scrambling this morning. Make this my projector screen. Okay. We're getting there. Getting chat set up so I can see all your lovely faces and messages. We also are kind of scrambling to get the video up for today. That's most of what I'm scrambling to do. In addition to fixing an audio issue. Funny thing, this lens that's on this camera now is like a pretty nice lens. I got it to experiment with, and then if it doesn't work, I'm gonna return it, trying it out. Turns out, this lens, when you use it for more than about 15 minutes, it starts emitting an extremely high-pitched beeping sound. Like beep, 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 beep. It almost sounds like Morse code. It's infuriating. But it starts doing that, and it won't stop until like the focus motor has cooled down, even if it's set to manual focus. I don't understand why. I Googled Sony lens high-pitched sound, and it's all like there's hundreds of articles all about this exact lens doing that. So apparently it's like a well-known thing. I just didn't know about it. But it basically means that this lens is going to drive me insane. So I'm just not going to... I think we'll try to get through with it during this stream, but you'll probably see me slowly go insane in about half an hour when it starts beeping. And I might say screw it and then put on the old lens and we'll just deal with it. I have another one coming that's like, it's a Sigma lens. It's not a Sony G series. So it's supposed to be cheaper, but apparently it doesn't have the beeping issue. So the cheaper one is actually better. So when that comes today, we will probably swap it out. By the way, that is coming today. So when that comes, you'll probably see me sprint upstairs. I should make sure I have Ring doorbell allowed to pass through my notification filter. That'd be probably pretty important. Okay, it is. Okay. Anyway, how are you guys? Are you vibing? Are you feeling good? But why does it beep? Is it an overheating issue? Sophie, my understanding from an article I found was that it is the the blades on the aperture create this like persistent screeching sound when the camera is in operation. For people using this lens for like photography, I don't think they would notice. I mean, you turn the camera on, you take 5 pictures, you turn it off, you go about your business. It's only for people trying to use it for video. And honestly, like it's probably not super common to be used for video because the Sigma lens is cheaper. It's like a third of the price and it has more robust manual focus. So whatever. One thing I cannot stand about Sony lenses though, these G series lenses, this lens I've had since I got the camera. This thing's like 4 or 5 years old. But the focus ring is this like infinity spin, whatever they call it. And it just is a ring that spins forever. You can just keep spinning and it'll just keep going. And that seems like it might be nice, but it actually ends up being super annoying because randomly the camera will reset and then you'll lose the manual focus. So for me, like this camera is pretty out of the way. I can't just reach and refocus. So every time that happens, like my focus will be totally off and I have to spend 2 minutes, get up on the desk, adjust it, sit back down, see if I got it right, then get back up, adjust it, sit back down. I'm off by half an inch and then get up and I fix it. It's infuriating. It's terrible. And with all the lights I have, autofocus is a non-starter. It just don't even bother. Yeah, it has no hard stops and it's not a physical like focus ring. It doesn't. These Rokinon lenses that I have on these cameras are actually like, they're supposed to be very cheap and like, I mean, they're budget lenses. This lens is like, I think $300. If I wanted the Sony official version of this lens, it would be like $2,500. But this thing, the reason it's so cheap is because it doesn't have autofocus. So you can't just, automatically focus into it. And it's a physical focus ring. So you move it, it's a physical like gear that's shifting and lengthening and separating and spacing the pieces of glass to focus it. So it won't adjust randomly. But for me in this use case, it's awesome. Like it's perfect because it will never move. If I don't touch it, the focus stays the same. So I guess I'm just in a weird spot where the crappier lenses are actually quite useful. Rokinon and Mike, I never know how to pronounce it. Maika, maybe? Lenses aren't that bad for video work, provided you are willing to manually focus. Besides, Sony has pretty solid focus peaking, makes it 1,000 times easier. Yeah. No, I agree. Is it just me? Oh, maybe I've been making it overcomplicated. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Most video work, like I've never worked with a filmmaker who wanted autofocus. Like everybody I've ever worked with on short films just says, screw it, I'm going to manually focus. Gives them more control. It's less finicky than the camera stuff. So, just do that. Have you played the new Marvel game, Midnight Suns? No, I have not. I've heard good things about it. Autofocus is good if you're filming yourself, and that's been it. Well, I used my Canon 70D. Was that what it was called? 70. I think it was the 70D. I had that before I got all these Sony cameras, and that 70D had great face tracking, great autofocus. It would grab my face, and it would just focus as I move around the frame. But these Sony cameras, this Sony camera is significantly more expensive. I got it like heavily used. It was like a display model, so this thing's been through the ringer. But this camera is allegedly much nicer than that 70D, and its autofocus is awful. It's just terrible. I've screwed around with it so much, but what are you going to do? And now I have 3 of these Sony cameras, and so I'm in deep. I'm in deep. After this, though, I was saying I think what we'll do is we'll go to Blackmagic cameras, probably for the new studio, and do like native 4K 60 frames and stream at 4K, because I think I'd prefer that. I used autofocus when I did professional photography, weddings, and portraits, but all the video work I did manual focusing and vintage manual lenses. Chef's kiss. Yeah. No, autofocus photography, yes, absolutely. Don't, like, you'll be so happy when you get a good autofocus, but for video stuff, often it's just more trouble than it's worth. Why not red cameras? I don't know, man. The red cameras, I think, are great. They're really cool. But my setup, like, I like being able to film videos in the same space that I stream. And so, like, I used to film all the videos on this camera onto an SD card in the camera, and then I would take it out, and then I would bring it into the PC, and I would edit all the video like that. And it was just super, super tedious. And yeah, I guess the quality was on paper better. But since I set this up, so all of these cameras go into the same PC, the streaming PC, and then I can just hot swap between different camera angles, I feel like my content's gotten better. It's a lot more fluid, and I don't know, I prefer it. I'm just lazy. That's what it is. I'm just lazy. Is no one going to mention the green beans? I do, honestly. Yes, I do have green beans this morning. Green beans and thyme potatoes, and I did have some honey mustard chicken. Somebody was asking, who was it? I don't know. Somebody was asking if I was eating before the stream. I was muted, so I was eating, but you were not hearing me eat. You were hearing the clip, because that song is from The Witcher 3, and I used a clip from the gameplay actually cut, so you're hearing all the environmental sounds because they're singing it like in a restaurant looking like, what do you call it? I almost called it a brothel. It's not a brothel. What, a pub? Pub? Is that the right word? Pub? Maybe? Inn? Yeah, that sounds right. Nexus, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I'm sorry, I cannot read that, and Google is not translating it. I do apologize. Tavern sounds right. Yeah. Will I ever do something on Ghostwire Tokyo? I don't know. I feel like it kind of came and went. So now I don't think a video on it would do really well. If they announce like a sequel, maybe we'll revisit it. But we're at the point now where sponsorships, everything, the algorithm, all of it is heavily dependent on consistency of content performance. So I can't really afford to have a couple videos that do bleh. Like, I've got to have all bangers pretty much, or at least decent performing videos. So there's that. As much as I would be down to try it, I just don't think it would really perform well in a video. Any chance the sound is of Rocky's Trapped Soul? That's very possible, Rad. Yeah, in the lens. That might be it. Sorry, I was late. I was busy doing what the kids call gaming. I'll forgive you this one time. Came and went. That's what she said. Yeah, wham, bam. Thank you, man. Usually I just got the platinum. It's strictly just fine after spending 40 hours into it. Yeah, I will say, I do think there is a place for okay games in the industry. It feels like nowadays people act like if the game is not amazing, that it sucks. And I don't think that follows. Like, a game can be okay and still worth playing. But you tell people that, and you would think that you're insinuating that people should waste their money or something. It's like, no, I just think that some games are okay and some games are great, some games are bad, and okay games are still worth playing at the right price point, right? Not for everybody. Let me go here. I'm going to try to add the chat in here. Paste. Maybe. Did it work? Hey! Okay. Isn't it nice when things work? Okay, I have 16 times the excitement for the stream. Good.
16 times
The
the
excitement. Are you pumped for the Resi 4 remake? I don't know if I'd say I'm pumped. Like, I'm interested, but I was never big into Resident Evil. I bet you I tried Resident Evil 4 in preparation for the remake video would do well. Probably. And we'll probably get around to doing that. I just went back and watched your Fallen Order video after the recent stream. I had so many bugs too. Yeah, I'm starting to think that it's people had selective memory because I started looking back. I saw like a stream or not a stream, a review that somebody had done. I think it was GameSpot, and it had, I mean, they had popping all over the place. They had frame stutters and stuff. So I think it was just selective memory. But I'm going back through that game now. I'm not even at the end of the game. I've been playing on the Jedi Master difficulty, and it's tough, but I have the hang of it. But already I've probably put twice as much time into the game than I did at launch. And it's just because, like, for one, and I've said this before, and I really believe it, playing on higher difficulty is not just about like challenging yourself to get good or making it so the game isn't boring for you. Playing on harder difficulties in a well-designed game should encourage you and force you to engage with parts of the game that you wouldn't have otherwise. So the best example I can think of is The Witcher 3. If you play The Witcher 3 on normal, chances are you're not going to mess with oils. You're not going to mess with, alchemy, heavy alchemy, crafting all sorts of different things and potions. You're probably going to get Swallow and then Thunderbolt and like stick to those, and that's all you're going to need. Maybe you upgrade them, but you probably don't even need to do that. But when you play on Death March, you have to engage with every system. You have to have the oils for the necromancers and then for the humanoid characters. You have to have all your oils set up, and then you have to have all of the different types of potions crafted, and you need to carefully calibrate your build, and it forces you to play the game. I mean, you could say it forces you to play the game well if you want to get through it, but well meaning it forces you to play the game in its entirety. Right? So with Jedi Fallen Order, playing on the harder difficulties forces you to run around and find stim upgrades. I think my first run of the game, I probably found one stim upgrade or two, or maximum capacity increase. So I maybe finished the game with the ability to use like 4 stims at a time before like refreshing. Playing on the hardest difficulty, I have spent a lot of time searching for these stims, and now I have like 7 stims that I can use, and I'm not even at the end of the game yet. And so now I'm getting like, and because I'm doing all of that extra stuff, I'm going in and I'm leveling up extra, and I'm getting new abilities, lightsaber throws. You can get through the entire game of Jedi Fallen Order and not know that you have access to lightsaber throws just because you might not have redeemed that thing. So it's crazy. Same, I was so surprised there to learn there were 9. Yeah. No, I was like, what? I had no idea. But it's because there's so much in the game that you might not notice it. And you could say maybe that's a problem, like that a lot of players won't know it. But I think it's the point is that when you're playing on normal, you don't need 9 stims to get through the game. When you're playing on the hardest difficulty, it's mighty helpful, especially once you get the upgrade that allows you to recover the force meter with your stims as well. So you get full health and full force. That's really, really useful. Anyway, so that's my theory about game difficulty. I think if you want to get to know a game well, you should play on the hardest difficulty. I think I made it to like 10 stims by the end of the game. Yeah, it's like 9 or 10. I don't remember how many exactly there are. I think there's more. Luke Paulers, yes. All the Luke Paulers out there, make sure to like the stream, please. Let's see. Sorry, I started rambling, so I missed a lot of chat. Have you played Hot Wheels Unleashed? I have not. And no shade, I probably won't. Just, there's not enough time in the day. Resi 4 remake. Interested. I wouldn't say pumped. Hi, Luke. Was thinking about buying a projector to play games or watch movies, but I don't know what would be better, or if it would be better to buy good TV instead. It honestly depends on your space. I think if your projector would end up being less than 100 inches, just get a TV. Get like a 75 inch and go that route. But if you have room for 100+ inch screen and you have probably $3,500 plus to spend, get yourself a laser ultra short throw projector. Look in my link tree. It's in the description, should be in the description box of this stream. Look at my link tree. I have a link to the projector I got sent by Hisense. 120 hertz, 4K, HDR. It's insane. Like, it's actually ridiculous. My in-laws came over, saw it, and they bought one for Christmas. Like, it's phenomenal. So I would recommend that. If you have the room, do a projector and your life will be changed forever. But if you don't have the space, that's okay. Get yourself a solid TV. Or if you have a huge room, like with tons of natural light, and you don't want to get a bunch of curtains. Because curtains are kind of a must for projectors. Even like really good projectors, you probably still want curtains in your room. I fell through the map so often. Yeah, no, it happens all the time. Hi, Jive. The game is just a little clunky. I hope, honestly, like, they come along and really refine it. I was just blown away at launch how few people acknowledged the bugs. Like, I made that video where the video was called Jedi Fallen Order did something incredible. With the big just wow on it, you know. And so like the video was very positive, but I had a section in the video that was probably like 2 minutes long where I just described all these issues with it. And you would have thought that I casually like came in and like was just making stuff up, or like somebody accused me of screwing up my console in some way, like jailbreaking my console, which led to all of the glitches. I'm like, do you think I'm that starved for content? Like that I'm jailbreaking a computer or a console to make the game look like it performs worse? What? Oh, shoot. I was wondering why this video hadn't gone live yet. I set it for January 7th at... Okay, for the love of Jiminy Christmas. Okay. Done, published. Jeez, man. Escape from Tarkov. I've not played it before. I do have it, but I have not played it yet. So I'll have to do that. Ubisoft Star Wars game. What are your thoughts on it? Proto. Funny you mentioned that. Guess what video just went up on the channel? A video on that very same leak. The leak is crazy. Yeah, I don't know if I would even call it a leak, because the writer says some stuff that makes me think that they're just keyword farming, and then they casually say, we already know this crazy thing that nobody else has said before. So I'm like, okay, that's weird. They're not even going to say sources familiar with the matter. Like, they're not even saying who it is. I don't think the claim is insane, which, if you're not familiar with it, basically they said that the Ubisoft Star Wars game by Massive Entertainment, which did The Division, they said it's going to basically have all of the same stuff as No Man's Sky. You know, the planet to space, travel through a whole solar system and multiple systems. And I was like, I don't think that's the craziest theory, or I don't think that it's impossible for Ubisoft to do that, because they already showed off tech that could do that back in 2017 for Beyond Good and Evil 2. So we've already seen that they can do that, but I don't think that these guys are the ones leaking that information. Like, the whole thing is, it's stinky. It's stinky. They're apparently making another game along with Star. Well, yeah, they're working on Avatar. Like, and this article by those Inside Gaming guys that allegedly leaked this information, they heavily suggest that the game is coming out this year based on a tweet that the tweet author already said, no, I wasn't talking about the game releasing this year. No, we're just building the game this year. Like, no, shut up. And they didn't correct the article, and they heavily implied that it's coming out this year, when we know for a fact the Avatar game is coming out this year. It's confirmed. So it's just insane. Like, they're going to release a massive Avatar game and then turn around 6 months later and launch a huge No Man's Sky level Star Wars game. Okay. Avatar is Avatar is coming out fiscal year 2023. Yes. It was supposed to come out this past like fall, winter, probably like this past November. And then it was delayed. So what would make sense, honestly, is if it comes this summer or this fall. I think it has to come after, they said after March. So it's like their fiscal year is March through February. So, yeah. Avatar Battle Royale. The original Avatar game back in 2012. Oh, those were the days. Those were the days, my friends. We thought they never end. Avatar Battle Royale. I don't know. I asked, so you guys know Caleb, Iron Cyclops, who is on stream every once in a while with us. He has played a ton of The Division. Like he said, across the Division 1 and then a little bit of the Division 2, he has well over 1,000 hours. So he knows those games pretty well. And I've never played The Division, so I was like, okay, right? Like I've played The Division, but I haven't like played The Division. I've tried it, but I couldn't tell you anything about it. It's been a long time. Same, it's like For Honor. Like I've played For Honor. I couldn't tell you like anything about the system or anything. Like it's been so long. But for The Division, he knows that game inside and out. So I was asking him, I called him last night. It's like, I want to talk about the Avatar game in a video, but I know nothing about The Division. What, like, tell me what the game's like, what the like updates and support has been like. Tell me all of this stuff. So he filled me in. Caleb's quest to play the worst live service game out there until he's addicted. Yeah, he has funny tastes, honestly. He has funny tastes. It can be a little frustrating sometimes. Because I'll be like, oh, let's play Overwatch. And he's like, that sounds fun, but I also want to grind out Vermintide. I'm like, you know what? Vermintide, there's a time and place for Vermintide. I just, maybe it's my brain. I am not the type of person where I can just milk one game where you're playing the same like missions over and over and over again with increasing difficulty. I can't do that for hundreds of hours, but some people do. And I'm sure they say the same thing about like Overwatch, where they're like, it's the same map and you're just playing different teams over and over again. Like, come on. Boring. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. But I'm sure they say the same thing about me. Jack, thoughts on Hogwarts Legacy combat? I guess we can touch on this. Hold on. Hogwarts Legacy. Because some of you may not know Hogwarts Legacy combat showcase thing. Dark Arts Battle Arena gameplay. Let's do this. So, some of you guys might not remember, but I did a video like last week, I think last Friday, where I talked about the Hogwarts Legacy game. It was basically a skeptic's look at it, right? The video did very, very well, and it continues to do well. Thank you, everybody, for helping make that possible. But all of Harry Potter fandom descended on that video, which was cool. It was cool. Like all of these new YouTubers I've never heard of or I wasn't familiar with, they all came out in full force, analyzing the video, offering their thoughts. On Monday's stream, you'll know we reacted to what was it, Podcast Now or Procast Now, Gamecast Now? It was something like that. A YouTuber who tried to do like a rebuttal of my video, and it basically was like a 20-minute video of him just showing that he doesn't know what the word skepticism means. He's like, I could be really skeptical and then just say everything is awful. I was like, that's cynicism. That's not skepticism. So already, like, you've kind of shown that you don't really know what what you're talking about. But okay, seemed like a nice guy, but you know that it was a weird video to say the least. But he was in the minority. The overwhelming majority of people who came out after that video on Twitter and everywhere else, delightful. I was amazed at how sweet and welcoming so many of these people were. I was like, I don't know what I expected from the Harry Potter fandom. I honestly don't know what I expected, but I don't think I expected them to be so like loving and sweet. And they were all like, oh, well, let's just, I think Luke is right. You should be skeptical of these things, but I'm just so excited. Like, it's just teddy bears, every one of them. So I reached out to a couple of the ones that I found to be genuine and seemed to have something to say that was valuable. And we're probably going to try to film a collaboration next week and do a whole like thing on it, kind of answering, or where they have a chance to answer my questions and concerns, because they follow this way closer than I do. So it's going to be interesting. But all of this kind of centered around this, what we're looking at right now, which is the Dark Arts Arena. So if you're not familiar with this game, basically the Dark Arts Arena is one such arena in Hogwarts Legacy where you can go and engage in combat trials, basically, for probably XP, maybe collectibles, crafting items, maybe even like apparel and cosmetics and things. And how these work is there's multiple arenas in the game where you can go and test your mettle against opponents. And this particular one is the Dark Arts Arena. So this arena is specifically for using the dark arts. Shocker. That means forbidden spells, curses, things like that. And you can use them without fear or favor. It's a free-for-all. It's an arena just for that. So that's different from elsewhere in the game. Elsewhere in the game, if you use like Avada, then you can be like, it's a big deal if you do that. But in the Dark Arts Arena, it's okay. You notice, though, in this footage, they're just traveling to this arena. So they've just ridden through the game world and they come across this statue and pillar. And from here, you approach it, you press a button, and then you can warp into the Dark Arts Battle Arena, as you see here. It says, fight waves of enemies in this battle arena with the unforgivable curses, Imperio and Crucio, as well as the blasting curse, Confringo, whatever. In addition to their unique and devastating effects, the unforgivable curses break through all shield charms. So it's like, oh, that's cool. My problem, and what I outlined in the video, is that this thing is not available to you if you didn't pay extra. You have to buy the, whatever they call it, enhanced or deluxe edition, whatever. And if you don't pay that extra bit or anything else, you don't get access to it. They've said this will be available for purchase on the side. So if you want access to it, you can buy it probably for like $5-10 as like a DLC, and you can get access to it that way. My point was that I don't like it when a game hasn't even come out yet and they're already cutting chunks of it out to sell back to you, right? I don't like that. The Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy fans that are really into this game and kind of apologize for it say this isn't a big deal. There's other arenas you can go to. It's not great. Yeah, I'd rather it was in the game, but it's not that big of a deal. I think that that's fair to say, it doesn't bug me. I think that that's okay. My point was, this is one potential warning sign from a publisher that's known for being extremely greedy with their games. So I was like, if they've done this with something little like this, who's to say that they won't have other chunks of the game cut out for later monetization? So, of course, people have been upset about Quidditch being missing, a lot of these in-world events and games being missing from the game. I would not be shocked at all. And I know they've said, no, we're not working on it, this and that. I would not be shocked at all if they came out in 6 months and said that they have Quidditch coming to the game in December, for the winter. That would not surprise me at all. So that was my point. There's a place in the game you can go to, and I would assume you go up to this if you haven't paid the extra bit of cash, and it will say, instead of enter, view in shop, or get DLC in the PlayStation Store, or whatever. And I just don't like that. I don't like that. But if you go through, then you're actually going to be able to engage in combat from there. You can already ride a broomstick. No-brainer to add Quidditch. That's, I think, where everybody's at. They're like, this seems like a slam dunk. but they haven't added it. They said that they aren't actively working on it, so we'll see. So, yeah, like in this moment, you can see this. Am I thinking that like the game sucks or will suck if you can't go here? No, I think the game could still be great. I just don't like that they have this. They chose to show this as a major portion of their gameplay reveal. And if you don't give them more money than the minimum, you don't get access to it. And I don't like that. It creates two classes of players. And listen, I know what it's like to be broke as hell. I know what it's like to have a checking account, which for weeks on end is $100 in the negative or more. To have fully maxed your credit card out, to take cash advances just to pay rent, and to be able to buy a pack of ramen noodles so that you can eat for the next 2 days. I know what it's like to be that broke. And let's be real, it sucks that if you don't give them extra money that you're not going to be able to enjoy this like that. Like that just is lame. Hold on, the UPS guy just came here. I've got to go sign for a package. I'll be right back, then we'll jump right back into it. Okay, hold down the fort. I'll be right back. We'll get to that in a second because what's in that box is pretty cool. It's heavier than I thought. That's not what I thought. I was signing for the lens, but the camera lens I have coming, that's something different. That's much heavier that I will open in a few moments. Okay, what was I saying? Oh Lord, can we speculate where Rocky's been? I'm not gonna say. We can't reveal. So real quick, everybody, like the stream. I know it's cringe. Oh, YouTuber man, shut up. It actually does help. It makes a difference. Man, I am out of breath from sprinting up the stairs, signing for a package, and then lugging a box. Like the box is heavy, but I used to be young. And firm from push-ups. What happened? Okay. Anyway, Rocky's still in the basement. Yeah, for real. Let's see. Age comes for us all. You're damn right. I don't know what he meant by holding that for. Sorry, I'm 37 and can't even get a credit card. I had to start with like the basic credit card, like for college students. I think when I first got it, it had a $300 credit limit and like a 28% interest rate. They were like, you're gonna be like, we're gonna make a ton off of you in interest, but we're not giving you more than like a few $100. And it's probably going to collections. I knew somebody who didn't know how credit cards work, and they thought that it was like free money, that you would just use it and then you declare bankruptcy and then you don't have to pay it back. I was like, oh, if only, right? If only. The real dangerous thing, like credit cards are kind of like a video game where like as you start really low credit and low like spending limit, you slowly level up and get increased credit limits and lower interest rates. And like, so you start to min-max a little. And then eventually you get to the point where like you're doing pretty well for yourself. And then you get like a MasterCard or like, not a MasterCard. What MasterCard's like, or you get like an American Express. Like that super ultra American Express Amex. You get that card, you hold it up like an ID badge, and they let you into the super secret airport lounge where they just have like catering available for you. They treat you like a rock star just for having this card. And something I didn't know until I recently got an Amex, they don't have credit limits. Like there is no credit limit. You can spend whatever you want. My old boss, he built his house using his American Express credit card. He's like, I think he said it was $950,000. He didn't buy the land that way on the card, but he said like the building materials and the furniture, everything else, everything went on that card. Spent like almost $1 million on this credit card. Like, it was insane. But when like American Express is like, yeah, no, I think you're a safe bet, then they'll give you that card and just say, spend whatever you want. Whatever. Depends on the Amex. Yeah, probably. I mean, but that's daunting. Like the idea, we were at the Scottsdale Mall over Christmas and we are walking through. If you've never been to a mall like that, it's actually kind of upsetting. There, I kid you not, there was like a food court, big open space, like air column that went all the way up to the roof. And then there's like tiers of different like floors that can walk around the open air above the food court. And on the second floor, literally across from each other, a 15-second walk, 2 separate Gucci stores, each of which had a massive line. They had bouncers out front to like, I guess, just decide if you looked rich enough to go in. It was insane. But they also had a Rolex store. And I've told you guys, one of my life goals, stupid as it is to one day own a nice watch. I would like to own a nice watch that I can have as like a family heirloom that I can pass down to my kids. And in like 200 years, they look at this watch and they're like, oh, that was great grandfather Luke's watch that he worked for years and years to get. You know, I just love that idea of having that family heirloom. But please, those Omegas are pretty sexy. I'll be real. Those Omegas are pretty sexy. But speaking of Rolex, like they had a Rolex store. And I thought, for the worst possible intrusive thought was like, you have that card that doesn't have a credit limit. I didn't, and I would never. But that, like, I saw all these people going into the store, and I was like, there's people that I saw walk in having parked like a 2002 Toyota Camry. Like they drove a pretty cheap car here, and then they're going straight to the Gucci store. I don't think they should be buying that. I don't think they can afford Gucci, but they're doing it as like a social status thing, or they're putting it on credit cards and then just forgetting about it. Like, actually kind of horrifying that people could just walk in and do that, especially right before a big like recession, which we're probably headed into. But yeah, what about the Apple Watch Ultra? Yeah, no, for real. It's expensive enough, for the love of God. You'd be surprised. Rich people are the cheapest I've ever met. Yeah, I've told the story, Brandon, about my old boss, Mark, love him to death. One of the sweetest people you'll ever know. Just a genuinely kind human being. Like, he tells you, if you ever need anything, call me and I will help you, but do not abuse this gift. And he's helped people get out of very sticky situations, getting them the best lawyers, getting them the best medical attention. Like, he's incredibly generous. And he lives in a house that has like its own elevator, or 2 elevators. I don't remember. But he lives in a very nice house and he's very successful. However, he is extremely frugal. One night he had a dinner party and one of the brokers that we worked with brought over a bottle of wine. And this bottle of wine was like $25-$30. And he got actually upset at this guy for bringing that bottle of wine because he liked it so much that he was like, now every time I go to the store, I'm going to want to get this bottle and it's freaking expensive. Why did you do this? You got me to like this thing and now I feel like I have to spend the money for it. Come on. And like he was actually upset about it, which is just funny. Like, it's just weird, you know? So I was like, dude, you make that in probably less than a minute. Like, come on. But it's just, you know, it was just funny. I think rich contractors are the best. They'll spend $200,000 on a new excavating machine, but won't even buy themselves a new pickup truck till they die. They're so humble. Yeah. Well, I knew a guy that built custom homes, and that guy had a fleet of cars. He would drive to the office every day, and like, I don't think a single one of them, I don't really know cars, but one of the guys I worked with did, and he would tell me about him. I don't think any of his cars cost less than $150,000. And he would regularly rotate like 10 of them. He was weird though. And he was very successful, but he was also just like a really grounded guy who would take off weeks of work to go and like do a baseball boot camp with his son, like his 10-year-old son. He'd just be like, no, I'm going to let this deal fall through and lose out on tens of thousands of dollars because I want to go play baseball with my son. Like, he was actually quite grounded. He was just freaking super successful. But anyway, I don't know how we got on this. Well, I do know, because we were talking about being poor and then progressing through life, credit cards, and then all that. Yeah, okay, I see. We're tracking back. Patrick, thank you so much for the $19.99. Appreciate you. It's very generous. Like, why not drink it then? I'm pretty sure you can get over wine taste again. I've never drunk wine. I barely drank 200 milliliters water, let alone wine, but isn't enough to just drink once. I don't know, really.
Patrick Brooks donated $19.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you, my friend. Again, very, very generous. Thank you. This is why, by the way, I'm trying to keep this overlay on so that people who donate and become members get the shout outs that they deserve, right? I mean, for me, I really like a good cocktail, specifically like a really good mezcal tequila cocktail. I love them. And a good mezcal is so much better than a bad mezcal. It's not even close. Like, one's drinking dirt water rubbed and like infused with an ashtray, and the other is like sophisticated and has multiple levels of taste within it. It's great. So I would say, like, once you've tasted a really good mezcal, you can't really go back. Everything else is going to sound like, or it tastes like crap. But like, I would agree. I kind of have a painfully unaddictive personality, so I struggle to build habits, period. So like, if I get a bottle of wine, I really like that bottle of wine, and I'm like, I want to get 1,000 of these bottles, and I'll never stop drinking, and I'll drink nothing but every night for dinner. And then I just forget about it, and then like, I just move on. It's whatever, you know. But I understand some people don't have that means of doing it. They try it and they just can't stop. Like, they will go to the store and they will get more and they will do it. In his case, I think it was more that one of his housekeepers would go to the store and he'd just say, I really like this wine. Make sure we always have it in the house. And then they'd always have it. No follow through. I guess you could say that. It's weird. Like, I really struggle with habit forming. It's a common struggle. It took us a long time to get like this streaming schedule down. But for me, like, once I established the habit and the routine, I'm in. And it becomes a regular part of my life, but it takes a while. Mid-Tokamarius, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. It might take a moment to update, so just give it a second. Yeah, no, it's... Video games are our addiction. Even with video games, I'll like really like a game, but it takes me a little while to get into the routine of like, I need to finish this. You know, it's not actually that easy. It's a process. It's weird, but it's just how it works. What are you gonna do? You know. Brandon, thank you so much. Groovy. I will circle back. We're actually going to talk about Hogwarts. Okay, we got to finish this conversation.
Brandon Reyes donated $9.99 through Super Chat.
Dilly.
First step towards that Rolex, Luke. Just need like 300 more of these and we'll be on the right track.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. You don't have to do that, but I do appreciate it. Yeah, it's just, I think it's very important to have those, like to basically just have those long-term goals. Call it a vision board, call it whatever you want. But just something that can keep you grounded and motivated, you know, keep you pushing forward. For some people, it's, I want to buy a like Mercedes, or I want to go to that Gucci store. I want to own a Rolex or buy a boat. Like everybody's a little bit different, but I think it is important to figure out what your thing is that motivates you and then chase that. It doesn't have to be physical or a material thing. It could be, I want to get, you know, engaged. I want to have a kid. I want to adopt that puppy. Like it could be any of those types of things. Yeah, custom Rolex with Todd Howard's face on it. Yeah, hell yeah. Like it's the same watch that he has. It's the Omega Moon phase whatever, but the moon little thing on the dial is replaced with just a picture of Todd's face that circles in and out depending on the phase of the moon. I wonder sometimes, dude, if sometimes these people come into like streams or YouTube videos where they're mentioned just to see what people are saying, because they're like kind of curious, and they end up being like, what the like Todd Howard, if he's ever seen one of my videos, it's probably the videos I did about Fallout 76. And like in every video for the last 2 years where I talk about anything he's involved with, I pull out the gigantic cardboard cutout I have of him. That's got to be weird for him, right? Like, I don't know what I would do if we were watching that video from the Podcaster Now guy and he pulls out a life-size cutout of me. That would be weird. I don't know what I would do with that. He just thinks you love him. Oh, he probably loves it. He probably loves it. I think he likes feeling like a rock star, you know, because he tells stories of like being the nerd in school and being the, you know, the dork and not being the cool kid and stuff. And now he kind of feels like a rock star. Like he's wealthy. He has all these connections. He's friends, according to him, with Elon Musk. He makes stuff that everybody seems to love or is very interested in, at least. And so I think he loves it. I think he loves it. The weird part would be the lipstick. Yes, I was in the chess club, but who's laughing now? I was in the chess club too. I was the chess club team captain. 1 year to fundraise, and I kid you not, you can ask Phipps, or you can ask Iron Cyclops, you can ask well, maybe Nikki wouldn't even. I've told Nikki, but she wasn't there, of course, because we met in college. But you can ask anybody from back in the day. I once, to raise money for our chess team, I played 3 of the teachers on the big, we called it the PAC. It was the Performing Arts Center or whatever. But it was just like the room where we had all the bleachers. Like it was basically an old converted church, basically is what it looked like. Like all the pews and then the big stage off front. And one time to raise money for our chess team, I played 3 of the teachers on that stage, except I was blindfolded and they were just playing on the board. And we invited people to come in, donate to try and contribute to our efforts to go to, I think it was nationals. We were raising money for flights and stuff. And it was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. I think like that's the last big chess thing I did. Like I did that. I felt like I kind of peaked there. And then I realized girls weren't super into the chess thing. So I moved into like performing stuff. So nerd alert. Yeah, Patrick, for real. Luke, do you have any plans to analyze and talk about the new SpongeBob game footage? It releases later this month. This probably sounds like a shitpost, but generally looks great. I think I've actually seen something about that. So maybe Let's talk about a new SpongeBob game releases later this month. I will add that to my little list, and I'll have my team reach out. Maybe we can get a review code. That would be a funny one to review. Nikki was super into SpongeBob back in the day, growing up. I never was allowed to watch it because, in the words of my mom, it will make you stupid. So I was never allowed to watch it, but Nikki was super, super into it. Yeah, I wasn't getting super laid from chess. Shocker. Right? Like, who'd have thunk it? Why did no one tell me? Oh, can confirm your mom was right. I watch a couple clips of it now and I'm like, it's funny, but like my brain is melting, you know. At least like I'm sure they say the same thing about South Park, but I feel like South Park writing is actually pretty nuanced. There are some pretty funny similes that they draw and set up. Like the just something even simple but seemingly very, very stupid, where like all of the people from San Francisco get really into like the smug, and so the smug is actually the smog, and or like the thing where they did it with like everybody was talking shit, just like making stuff up and crap's coming out of their mouths. And so they did the reverse eating thing where they shove food up their butts and then they crap out their mouths. And like, that sounds very stupid, which it is, but it's actually like a simile drawn to what people that are super snooty and like holier than thou are doing, you know? So it's just, I feel like it's a little bit, at least there's multiple layers to it. But I don't know, maybe I just like South Park a little bit more. Yeah, South Park is actually pretty smart. Yeah. I do like me some Bob's Burgers. Bob's Burgers is very wholesome. I wouldn't say it's smart, but it's very wholesome. Okay, anyway, we got to wrap this up because like we started this like an hour ago and then I got distracted. Okay, what else was I saying? It sucks. I don't know, Jacob, when you're cutting this together, just like we'll come back in here. Yeah, all told, I just find it really frustrating that this is effectively establishing two classes of players, those who can afford the extra bits and those who can't. And that sucks. Like I said, I remember what it was like to be very, very broke. And that $10, $20 difference does have an impact. And one of the great things about franchises like Harry Potter is that they transcend, for a lot of people, the consumerism, the materialism. They transcend the original authors. They're bigger than all of us, right? It's something that's just near and dear to all of us, like tales that were told in, you know, story rhymes and things. And so it just sucks to have something like that can be so magical for people milked dry and aggressively like this. So I'm not faulting the developers. This was certainly above their heads. I think they just put the Dark Arts Arena in, and then Warner Brothers executives said, what can we cut out to have as a deluxe edition perk? And they said, this arena is not that important. And they're like, okay, cool, sounds good. I think that's probably what happened, but I still don't like it. And I'm not going to pretend as though it's fine just because it doesn't seem like the biggest deal, right? So that's where I'm at. Favorite South Park character, mine's Kenny. Oh, I love me some Butters, dude. Especially when Butters is working with Cartman. Those episodes are hilarious. Just got a Steam Deck. I've been a console gamer my whole life and have been really intrigued by the PC side. How do you decide what games to play on PC, Xbox, PS5, and Switch? Honestly, like, for me at this point in my life, a lot of it comes down to convenience. So like playing games on PC is great. The fidelity is higher, but for me, that requires me to come down here, sit in front of the computer alone in this room. I can't watch Lachlan while doing that. I can't juggle anything else on the side. I'm here, I'm playing the game here, and that's it. So being able to play the game on PS5, for example, or on Xbox is nice because I can then go upstairs and play in the living room while Locke plays and does stuff. So that opens up a good amount of freedom. Xbox is really appealing to me because of their cloud save functionality and their Play Anywhere stuff. Same with Steam. The Steam Deck has opened up a lot of avenues for it because if I can play something on Steam then the Steam saves will transfer and I can pick up right where I left off on the Steam Deck on the PC and vice versa. So it's gotten easier to play anywhere and to hot swap between them. But I'd say like for Hogwarts Legacy, I will probably ask to review it on the PlayStation 5. And I might pick up a PC version later on, but I'll probably play the PS5 version, especially because that seems to be what they are showcasing the most. And if I'm going to critique a game, I'd like to critique it in its best possible form instead of, you know, going after the low hanging fruit and being like, oh, the PC port doesn't run super great, you know? Any news about the new South Park game? Not that I'm aware of. Except for Atomic Heart, you better believe it. I'm actually very, very excited for that. Do I have any other hobbies beside gaming? I'm getting back into chess. Getting back into it slowly but surely. It's been a long time. It's been like 8 years since I actively like played and practiced and went to tournaments and stuff. So one of my New Year's resolutions was I want to go and play in a chess tournament this year in person. So I want to do that. So we're getting back into that. But other than that, I will like do plays and musicals every once in a while. There hasn't been really anything going up locally that I find interesting, and I've been really busy with the YouTube stuff. So haven't done any theater in like 2.5 years, maybe 3 years. Other than that, yeah, pretty chill. pretty chill. Top 3 games of all time go. I mean, off the dome, I'd say The Witcher 3, Red Dead 2, and the first one that pops into my head is Breath of the Wild. And I just love Breath of the Wild. I spent a lot of time in that. Are you a football fan? I really struggle to get into any organized like team sports. I'll be real. I am an aggressively anti-partisan person. So I struggle to get into any mindset where I'm like, rah, my team versus your team. It's just not in my DNA. So I struggle getting into football, baseball, whatever sport you're looking at. If it's team-based, I really struggle to get into it. Solo competitive game. Yeah. That's probably why I was attracted to chess, honestly. Luke V. Tate for all the marbles at chess. Does he play chess? I don't know. That would be funny, though. You still need to do the I Tried Breath of the Wild video again? Yes, I do. I think I'm going to probably wait till we're a little closer to the next game. Or we hear something about it, and then it's going to, hopefully ride the algorithm into the stratosphere. But we will do that eventually. God of War, Ghost of Tsushima in my top 5. Yeah, I would say God of War Ragnarok is up there for me. I thought 2018 was kind of but it set the stage for Ragnarok really well. But I'd put Ragnarok up there, and then for like a number 5 spot, I don't know, honestly, maybe Elden Ring. I spent so much time in Elden Ring. It's funny when people like hear me say that though, because people are like, but you made a 3-hour video tearing it apart. I was like, yeah, like I critique it. I'm one of those weird people. When I love something, I like break it down. Like I in order to make a 3-4 hour video on a game, you've got to know it pretty well. So if I like make that video on a game and it's that verbose, I know it pretty well. And if I come out the other end, like even moderately positive, that should tell you something. Thank you for the $5.
M. Morpkel donated $5 through Super Chat.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Luke. With
Thank
the
you.
10 years anniversary of GTA 5 online, are you going to do a retrospective on it?
I did last year. I did a 9-year in review thing, and the video actually performed very poorly. I don't know. GTA is weird. Like, some people, that's all the content they make, and it's all GTA stuff all the time. But anytime I've ever tried to make like an essay or like a broader video on it like that, the videos have tanked. And I think it's honestly just because the people that really play a lot of GTA Online, let's just say they don't tend to be the types who like essays. So I think it's just not really in the cards for it to perform super well. I would like to cover it. You know, when the next game comes out, I'll cover the crap out of that game. But for whatever reason, whenever I've tried to make videos on Grand Theft Auto, even though on paper it should do well, they never do. Which is weird. It's weird. Jedi Knight series, especially Outcast and Academy. I have thousands of hours in Jedi Academy. It's such a dumb, fun game. I have never played them. No, I have not. But thank you for the $5, Cassell. I appreciate that. But no, I have not. I'm not opposed to it. I just haven't done it yet. But thank you again, Castiel. You should check out the original trailer for Atomic Heart where the developers didn't have English-speaking actors, so just use text-to-speech. Oh, no way. That sounds awesome. That sounds hilarious. Mr. Cocoa Butterman, Cyberpunk better than Starfield. Thank you for the $2. I mean, we'll see. I've tried to be optimistic and forgiving somewhat about this Starfield situation, but I'm gonna be real with you. There's a lot about that game and what we've seen that doesn't sit right with me. I hope to be blown away and very surprised, but there's a lot of red flags, a lot of weird stuff, there. So we'll see. I would love to be wrong, but in the past, when my gut has told me like something fishy is going on. It was the case with like Cyberpunk. You guys remember E3 2019? I went and I saw behind closed doors demo of Cyberpunk, and I saw it with my buddy Michael, because Corey went off and he was getting swag from like the Final Fantasy 14 people. So I saw it with Michael, and we both came out of it going, I don't know what we were expecting, but that wasn't it. Like it was the mission where you go in the Voodoo Boys headquarters, and they're all working out and doing their thing, and you can like hack those machines and stuff. They showed that, and then it finished right with the big fight with Bigfoot. Was the character's name, and it just didn't look very good. It looked bland, it looked slow, there were frame hitching, and it just was not what I thought that this was supposed to be. And right then and there, my gut told me something's fishy here, and I will fully admit, in my video I should have been a little more direct. What I said in the video I made when I got back from E3, I said Cyberpunk played it safe. And in that video, I don't remember exactly what I said, but it was probably something along the lines of, they didn't say or do anything to wow me. The behind the closed doors thing was like cool, but there was nothing there that made me think this is going to be awesome. They just played it safe. Which is true, but like I really think that was the first time where I was like, okay, maybe we're getting a little overhyped. Sasquatch, that's what it was, not Bigfoot, Sasquatch. But anyway, it was just weird. It was weird. And so that set off red flags and was weird. You guys know, just 2-3 months ago, we were looking at video footage of Callisto Protocol, and I said, I'm worried about this game's performance because it is hitching like crazy. Even in the carefully captured footage that they're releasing publicly, it's stuttering bad. And if that's their best footage, their worst footage is not good. And so you guys know, like, that was not that long ago. That wasn't years ago. That was like a month and a half, 2 months ago that I was saying, my gut was telling me Callisto Protocol, something weird is going on. It's probably not going to run great. So I don't know, in the past when I've listened to my gut, it ends up being right. And with Starfield, my gut is suspicious. So that's all I'm going to be. I'm going to be real. I'm going to be real. The Starfield gameplay is 100% PC footage. Brandon, do you have like an article or an interview where they confirm that? Because I've been trying to find confirmation of that. Because if that's true, that's way more concerning than if it's Xbox gameplay. But if you have confirmation of that somewhere, you should link it, because I will actually use that probably in a video with Mr. Matty sometime coming up. Atomic Heart. Well, let's see, Morgana. Let's see what this gameplay is like. So for those of you not aware, Imperium says this is the original official release window trailer. Is this the one with text-to-speech? I think so. So he said they didn't have American, or not American, English voice actors and actresses yet, so they had to use text-to-speech, which is, I can see how this could be really funny. So let's see what this is like. Okay? Castiel, thank you for becoming a member, by the way.
Would you like to get genius abilities or control robots with your mind?
Don't worry, honey. I'm okay. The procedure went well.
Today it's just a matter of getting a polymer injection to become the human of tomorrow.
There's a man in the facility. He's armed, and he's equipped with an experimental polymer glove. We have no chance.
Become a part of the collective and acquire true superpowers.
Hey, soldier. Wake up. You okay?
I'm okay.
Get up.
Want to learn Chinese in 5 minutes? Or maybe get a PhD in quantum physics in just 1 hour? With the launch of the Collective 2.0, all this knowledge will be available to anyone.
Arriving shortly at your destination with an ETA of 11:47.
Shut up! Why the hell should I believe you all?
We've got 30 seconds. Let's go.
30 seconds to what?
And then it's total biap his dad, son. That's what.
Going on?
The robots are out of control. They're killing everyone.
We know who's behind this.
You have to stop this nightmare now.
Humanity is doomed to eternal slavery. In 2 days, he will become unstoppable.
Do not believe him.
I don't even know who to believe anymore.
You've got 2 days, son. Don't let me down.
What does my gut tell me about this? Very good things. Very good things. So for those of you, again, that might have come in after that, this was something that they basically didn't have American, again, I keep saying American, English voice actors yet. And so they did this like bare bones text to speech or like Fiverr voice actors. And it just wasn't great. Wasn't great. But anyway, it does look really, really good. So that's coming. It looks like it's going to be broken in release. I guess, I'm guessing that we probably, like, on base last gen consoles, it's going to be a little rough. Because it's just, I don't know, it's an intense thing. But I think it was IGN already had a preview with it where they played it for like 2 hours or 90 minutes or something. And they said that they didn't have a lot of issues. And that was like an early build. So, like, whenever a developer is willing to let you try the game, that's a good sign. It's not a, like, foolproof thing. I'm dripping mustard juice everywhere. God, mother. gonna have to wash this whole thing again. I'm so messy. Oh my god. Set you over here. Stay there. I got rid of the trash can in here because every time I kicked on the AC, it would swirl the trash smells, and then the entire room would just smell like farts. It was terrible. Anyway, Luke's a filthy boy. Yeah, for real. But Atomic Heart looks really, really promising. And more than anything, it just looks to be scratching that BioShock itch that I've had for a while. So I'm all in. And it's coming from Focus Entertainment, the publishers. And they did Plague Tale Requiem. They did Evil West. They've done some good stuff recently. So I am I'm cautiously optimistic with that one. So do the unboxing. Dying to know what's in the box. Okay. Okay. I can do that. I'm going to first start with this camera angle because I need to check and make sure that the shipping label is obscured, okay? So, for those of you who came in late, I forgive you. We have a box, actually 2 boxes. Hold on. We're just gonna itch this out. Okay. Okay. First box. Big box. Just for the record, I told you guys earlier, HBO is sending a box for The Last of Us launch. This is not that. Okay, so it's not The Last of Us. Just don't want to get your hopes up. It's not that. So, I don't know. The Last of Us box, I think, is mainly going to be like... I think it's going to be like... They said like items from the show. So, it's probably going to be like Joel's jacket and then maybe like a notebook or something. I don't know. But I'm kind of excited. Joel's shirt. Yeah, it's going to be something like that he wears in the show. They said, I think Carhartt would be like as a partner for it. So it's going to be like a Carhartt jacket or something. Should be cool. Like I'm excited for it, but this is not that. So the first thing is actually completely unrelated. So it's a fun and funky VIP pack. I don't know what that is. And then a Lush plush throw. These came for free with it. Again, shout out to Sean for his very generous contribution. Yeah, it's Beanie Babies. It's all Beanie Babies. Thank you to Sean for his incredibly generous contributions to the channel, donations right before Christmas. He made some very, very generous contributions, and one of his requests with a sizable donation was that it be used for Legos for the studio. Okay. She big. She thick, boy. She thick. How are we gonna do it? Spread the legs. Oh God. Okay, hold on. Toys, toys, toys. Okay. Another one. You ready? You ready? Okay, how do I do this? It's quite big. I just like dump it into the chair. Turn around. More suspense. Oh God. Oh God. I'm not a pro. Okay, well, screw it. It's a big boy. So, this is the latest addition to our studio family. Everyone say hi. She's pretty. This one, like I said, we're gonna build on stream. However, we do have a couple of issues. We talked about this in the members only stream on Tuesday. For those of you who didn't know, we do members only streams. If you're a member of this channel, you get to come out to streams that only are for members, as you would expect. Wow, this lighting makes my ears look huge. Dumbo has arrived. Anyway, we're talking about this because I let the secret slip a little early to them and mentioned that this was what we were getting. Problem is, my thought was that we would put it on this back like thing where Hogwarts is. The problem is this thing built measures at like 53 inches long. This whole piece of furniture is like 60 inches long. So Hogwarts ain't fitting on it if this thing's on it. So I'm going to have to move some stuff around. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move a little side table underneath the sword, and then Hogwarts will go there. I don't know what else to do other than like building a shelf that sits right here, and then the Titanic will sit on the shelf. I don't really know what else to do. If anybody has any like home decorating ideas, I would love to hear it. I would appreciate it, because it's a big boy. Just start stacking them. We could have the Titanic castle. That could be great. Yeah, around 1.3 meters. Yeah. A shelf would be cool. I think it would be cool. Titanic where Hogwarts is now, and then the Hogwarts castle on the shelf. The reason I thought the shelf for the Titanic was because the Titanic isn't as deep as the castle is. Because Hogwarts castle is built on like, it's two pieces, so it's pieces that kind of sit at an angle. So it's way deeper when connected than this thing is, I think. But maybe not. I don't know. I also thought that because the shelf would span like the entire length of it, it would fill up. Like honestly, it'd probably go from here all the way over to here. It would fill it up pretty well. But it's tricky because this is drywall and behind that is concrete because we're in the basement. So I'd have to get like concrete screws or whatever. Put it on a door that it could fit on, or an aquarium, like it's like it's sinking. Well, somebody asked if in the members only stream, somebody was like, well, could you just separate the Titanic into multiple pieces and then set it up so like it's sinking? And I was like, yeah, I could. Like, I would like it to be in its glorious form together, but did you say the Titanic sank? Spoilers. You can always cut it in halves and put it or put Leo DiCaprio on Hogwarts drowning. Jeez, man. Actual size, real what? Oh, jeez, man. This is gonna be a big boy. I think next week, most of the stream is going to be building this thing while reacting to like gaming news and stuff. So just buckle up for that. Do I lift, bro? I lift this. Sure do. Fact check true. Verified. I don't know. I know I should have checked the dimensions before ordering it, but I didn't. Oops. I said to myself, how big could it possibly be? The answer was bigger than whatever I was thinking, because it's huge. Huge. So this, I'll just leave that. Nikki's gonna be like, what the hell did you order now? Oh no! What fell? Oh, the knife and crap. Ugh. Okay, well, so there's that. That's our package. That's our unboxing. We have the biggest, the greatest Titanic. Nobody has a Titanic this big. It's huge. It's huge. When you see this Titanic built, you're going to be like, that's the best Titanic I've ever seen. The best. The absolute best.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Cut your Star Wars video a few minutes ago. Glad you came by. I wonder what is the status of the KOTOR remake. Last I heard, it was in development and switched from Saber to Aspire. Yeah, that's my understanding too. It's, I don't know. I think it's just spinning. I think they just don't know what to, like, how to manage scope. It's like, this thing's going to be huge. There's a ton of work to do. Do we play it safe and do more of a remaster and rely heavily on the work from the previous team and just kind of copy paste stuff in, or do we try to build this from scratch? And I think executives don't know what to do either. They don't know if they should green light a ton of stuff, a major overhaul or what. So it's going to be messy. Yeah, we only lift boxes of Legos here. I could make a gym where that's all you lift and people would come. Guarantee you it would be successful. Could the human to Lego be reverse engineered so we can all turn into Lego Titanics? We'll get to work on it. We'll get our best team on it. Well, see, that's the thing. Aspire was responsible for the slightly remastered versions of the mobile, so I'm not surprised they moved this to a bigger team. Yeah. Did I hear about the Titanic, dude? For the love of God. These links keep freaking out every time I try to click them. I don't know why. It's really weird. Every time I click on a link, it just freaks out. Can I be a blue one? Yes, you can. You can be whatever you want. Let's see. Luke should go to Harland and Wolf to build it and stay accurate to the lore. Business expense? Oh, man. We were looking at trying to go to Universal Studios, and I was like, well, Hogwarts Legacy's coming out. So I could use, like, it would be useful to be able to go and, like, film stuff in front of, like, the Hogwarts Castle at Universal Studios and drink, like, butterbeer and get stuff like that. and then like film little tidbits that would end up in the video. I was like, that could be really cool. And that could be a business expense because we're traveling there and we're using it for business and everything. But one thing after another just keep falling through. And like we mentioned earlier, Nikki's pregnant again, so she can't really do roller coasters. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to go and do that, you know. Kid is free till 3. Wow. I didn't know that. I don't know what he'd think of it. We'd have to do the child swap. Like, I don't think he'd really enjoy it, you know. I didn't know. OMG, congrats. Oh, thank you, Lucky. Thank you. Yes, pink and blue. Sorry. We mentioned, I never know who knows, but we mentioned it a couple times. But yes, Nikki's pregnant again. Another little one on the way. Due date of June 10th. So if it's late or if it hangs out for an extra week, it'll be on my birthday because my birthday is June 17th. So we're gonna have another June baby. Congrats. Thank you. Yeah, we're pretty pumped. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Baby 2, the reckoning. Well, the whole thing with Lachlan's been so chill. He's been such an easy baby, just relaxed and cute and adorable. So everybody's told us your second baby is going to be a whirlwind, like the opposite of whatever your first baby is. So if your first baby is super anxious and crazy, second baby will be chill, or vice versa. So we're bracing for something insane. How's she feeling? She's feeling good. She's getting there. She's out of the really messed up portion. First trimester is always really rough. Just feels sick and gross all the time. But she's coming out of it and feeling good. She's got the baby bump. The little one is like the size of, I think they said this week, the size of a gaming controller. So like the baby's tiny, but if you think of it as like the size of a PS5 controller, like there's a little dude in there, little dude or a little girl, little person hanging out. She says she can feel the movements and the rolls and stuff. I think I've seen it a couple times, but at this point it's very, very tough to tell. But will your baby have DualSense though? That's the question. That is the real. I'll ask the doctor at the next appointment. Oh, that would be funny. Do you want a boy or girl? Or have you thought of names? I'm good with whatever. Another little boy would be awesome. Just little fun little dude for Lockie to play with. A little girl would be adorable as well. Like I'm chill with whatever. I'm vibing. As for names, we do have a few. We like Jasper as a little boy's name. For a little girl, we have a bunch like Ophelia, Penelope, Felicity. You know, there's a bunch that we like there. So we've got options. Jasper, yeah. What FPS can the baby get? Yeah. Will my baby have RGB? And is that extra? Do I have to pay the hospital for that? How much extra is RGB? What's interesting, though, is that my firstborn also kicked a ton. My second barely moved around in the womb. Their personalities still reflect that. That's funny. It is crazy how from literally the womb, they have their own little personalities. It's just funny. I find it fascinating. You know, I find it fascinating. Yeah, your baby's locked at 30 FPS, but it allows us to really crank the fidelity on the baby, so they're going to be way cuter. I don't know why, but parents naming their kids after them, but with a junior is really funny to me. The one that always got me, I don't know if you guys know any true crime stuff, but Jean Benet. Because Jean Benet, she was that little girl in Boulder, Colorado, like an hour from here, 45 minutes from here, who was unfortunately and tragically brutally murdered in 1996 on Christmas night. Still unsolved to this day, very tragic. But her name was Jean Benet. But her name was spelled John Bennett. And it's because, like, John was her father's name and Bennett was like her grandfather's name. So they took the two grandfathers' names, squished them together, and then said it in a fancy way, and that was her name as a little girl. Which, like, if we did that, like, imagine we have a little girl and we name them, so Michael Scotty, Michael Scotty, or something. Like, I don't know how you pronounce it in a fancy way where it sounds fine. You know, it's a weird way. Say you want a boy without saying you want a boy. Turn the baby into Lego and build Titanic 2 out of it. Oh, I'm low-key really excited for the days when Locke and the little ones can help me build Legos. I'm actually quite excited for that. Those will be the days. That will be super fun. That will be super, super fun. Let's see. What else is there for us to touch on? Let's see. Oh, Maddie says Xbox rumors are getting crazy. What's Maddie saying that? I remember being excited for teaching my girls jiu-jitsu, and the day has come. They'll be build Lego by becoming Lego. Yeah, that's gonna be great. Galax Fighter, hi from Sweden. Hello, glad to have you. That's cool. I've always wanted to visit Sweden. I mean, it's tricky. Like, I'd like to go and travel and see all these places and stuff, but it's really tricky with kids, with little ones. You know, I was even telling Nikki, I was like, I'm getting invites to some of these gamer conventions and stuff, and I'd like to go and meet fans and stuff. I think it'd be super fun. And I think that the time will come where I'm going to have to just go do it. And unfortunately, Nikki and the kids won't be able to go. But it's just going to be what it is. Well, and like eventually, if we go to like Gamescom in Germany, yeah, they'll come to that. But for these littler ones, I might have to travel alone. Bring Jacob, maybe bring Caleb as well. You can meet the whole crew. Hello from Scotland. Ever visited here? Almost 7 p.m. just now. No, I've not. It is on my bucket list, though. We were supposed to go to Scotland, Ireland, and Iceland, and London. We were going to do like the whole thing for our honeymoon in the fall, or more like the winter of 2020. But a little thing called COVID happened, and they took that as an excuse to get rid and not allow Americans in. So we had to cancel that, which was a bit of a bummer because I was really excited for it. I really wanted to go, but we'll just have to wait. We'll go again soon. I really do want to visit it though. I got my passport all set up. We bought the tickets. We were ready to go, and then COVID happened. So I would love to go to Scotland though. It is on my bucket list of locations. Jake, my wife and I are having our first in February. Oh, congrats, dude. It's coming up. It's okay. This sounds weird, but I promise you it's legit. And I wish somebody had told me this. Nobody told me to prepare my lower back. I know that sounds weird. What I mean is that as a dude, especially like if you work an office job or like you sit at a desk a lot, you aren't regularly exercising your lower back. So you're not used to like leaning over all the time, constantly. When we had Lachlan, for the first month, my lower back hurt so bad. I had to like get down on the floor for diaper changes like an old man, like braced against the couch. It was a whole problem. It was a whole thing. And it's just because nobody told me like, yeah, you're just going to start having to bend down to the ground to do stuff all the time. And your body's not used to it. So now, like, I do it enough now that my back's fine, but I was not prepared for it. So if I could recommend one thing in this last like month and a half, no joke, look up like lower back exercises, even just body weight ones, and start doing those. You will be very thankful. It makes a hell of a difference. You're an electrician? Okay, then you're good. I'm sure You're on your knees all the time. I think you're good. But good God Almighty, I was just not prepared for that. You know, I was like, I was braced for the lack of sleep. People said like, oh, your free time's going to go away. I was like, I'm ready for all that. But the lower back pain, nobody prepped me for that at all. You'll need those lower back exercises to build your child's Legos. Yeah, or all the random gifts on Christmas Day. All of the in-laws and the aunts and uncles give them tons of toys, and then you as the dad have to build it all. And so everybody else is eating cinnamon rolls for Christmas, and you're over there just trying to put something together. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Let's see. Do I work out at all? Yeah, not as much as I would like. We actually just I bought a treadmill for the garage so we can do cardio at night after Lockie goes down for bed. And then we just had a gym nearby that opened up, so we're going there. Just got memberships and stuff. So it's one of our goals for this year. My goal is to go at least 4 times a week, preferably 5 times a week, and really get back in the swing of things. Because when I was going to the gym all the time in college, it was great. I felt great. I feel like I looked great. It was awesome. So yeah. My last relationship was at like 14 or 15, so I'm probably good on the kids department. I can't believe you have kids. I thought you were a teenager. I've had conflicting things. People either think I'm like 35 or they think that I'm like 15. It's really weird, but there's no middle ground. Nobody's like, I don't think anybody casually guesses that I'm 25. Everybody's like, oh no, you're in your 30s or that. If I shaved my face and got rid of the beard, you'd be like, oh, you're 11. Congrats. What do you want to do in high school? Like, but with this, you know, at least it's a little more mysterious. Would you ever react to Nintendo fanboy meltdown over Steam Deck or PlayStation meltdown over Game Pass success? Oh, did they? I think I saw a TikTok of that where a kid got like a PlayStation fanboy got a Game Pass subscription and like flipped out. I think I did see that TikTok. I don't know. I feel bad because like, especially for kids, we all did stupid stuff when we were kids, and I don't want that to live in infamy and for that kid to be known for that for the rest of his life. It's like, oh, I saw the video. I don't know if I would like echo it out, you know, because for that kid, yeah, they're likely staged. Yeah, no, for that, I feel less bad about it, and I'm fine with reacting to that stuff because it's just stupid. But for the ones where it's like it might be real, I just don't mess with it. Because I'm like, there was stuff I did as a kid that was cringy as hell, you know. We're not immune to it. We're not immune to it. Let's see. You seem like too good of a person. What's one of your red flags? I mean, I wouldn't say I'm like a really good. I would say like one of my struggles is that I'm probably more selfish than I'd like. I try very actively to try and be less selfish. So I'd say like that's a thing. You know, like I'm an introvert, so I like having my gaming time doing that. Nikki very generously spends a lot of time with the baby. So I have to try very actively to like participate and to be like, okay, no, you go take a break, you go take a bath or workout, whatever you want to do. Because my brain just naturally, I'm also like a guy, and guys also are not super in tune with that a lot of the time. So I have to try very hard to be very, yeah, I have to try very hard to be like on top of it. So I'd say there's that. But I don't know, we've all made mistakes. We all do stupid stuff. Like I've made lots of mistakes that I'm very ashamed of, and that I am baffled that I ever did. But we all make mistakes, and we try to grow and be better people. That's kind of all you can do in life. You know, the big key is to like own your mistakes admit them, for one, accept responsibility, and then try to figure out how you can either make amends or do better in the future to avoid it, or both. So, you know, we all do the best we can. Favorite Lego set? I mean, so far, I love my Hogwarts castle. I don't know what I'm going to think of the Lego Titanic. I might hate it by the time we're done with it. But I really like the Hogwarts castle. The Pyramid of Giza I have in there was fun. It was really quick to put together. And it's okay. It's not as unique as I was hoping. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know what I expected, you know? Fresh.
FR35HXKI 115 donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Would it be a good idea to date someone with a kid? Hence, I only been in one relationship, and that was HS. I'm 21 now.
That is, I mean, that is a tough question because there's a lot of nuance to it. I'm not one of those people that says, like, get out and go crazy, live your 20s like a rock star. I don't see the value in that, honestly. A lot of the people I know, like through theater, that did that ended up regretting it. And I've said this before, but I'm a firm believer that responsibility breeds character. And when you take on responsibility and you rise to the occasion, you end up being a much better person for it. So something like that, you would be taking on a lot of responsibility getting involved in something like that. But I do think it could make you a much better person than you are now. And I'm sure you're a great person as is, but it just amplifies, you know, all of your traits, and it forces you to kind of self-reflect. There's a lot of other considerations, though. I mean, you've got to really think about, like, what you're getting into, the commitments involved, you know, all of that. So, like, I would never, like, be like, nope, get out there, you know, do the Andrew Tate thing. Get out there and get super sexy with people. He has a really annoying lisp, and I don't tease people about lisps unless they're pricks like him. And I will happily tease him about his lisp because he's a dumbass. So he's just cringy to me. I can't stand him. Every time I hear him talk, I'm like, oh my gosh, shut up. If you put me in a father role at 21, I'd probably have a panic attack. Yeah, I think you'd actually be surprised. Like, you got to remember, 60, 70 years ago, people our age were just casually walking, like, and driving tanks on the front lines, you know, on the Eastern Front. This type of thing is, like, the privilege of being 20 and not having any responsibilities is a very modern concept. For a long time, you had to have your crap figured out and be able to handle pressures and responsibilities by the time you were like 15, 16. Only recently has it been like, oh yeah, take your time till you're 35 and then figure out what you want to do. Like, no, you can do it now. You're capable. You just have to, like, ignore all of the morons on social media that are like, live your 20s to the max and figure out what you want to do in life and then chase it. If what you want to do in life is be like a drug addict, great. Be the best drug addict you can. I believe in you. If you want to weigh 700 pounds and eat nothing but curly fries, go for it. But also, if you want to have, like, a legacy, if you want to have kids, if you want to be wealthy, you've got to identify that pretty early on, and you've got to chase it like a mofo. The problem is people just meander and they don't know what they want, so they just float around. The reason I'm 25, I'm about to have 2 kids, have a pretty successful business that I run, live in a wonderful house with a beautiful wife and healthy kids and everything. The reason that we're doing this stuff is because, like, we identified what we wanted pretty early on and we just chased it like a mad dog. And I think anybody can do that. You just have to go crazy and figure out what you want and obsessively chase it. That's my opinion, you know. It's also one of the reasons I know this might be a scandalous thing for somebody in Colorado to say, but I don't think it's good for, like, young adults to, like, do things or consume substances that might make them complacent. One of my frustrations with people that do like a ton of recreational drugs, drink a lot, or smoke a ton of pot is that it tends to kill your ambition. It makes you just want to veg out. Like, I've got some edibles down there. in the drawer for like when we're playing goofy video games and stuff. Yeah, not ashamed. Live in Colorado, rock and roll. But I will not consume any of those if I have anything to do, because they kill your ambition. They kill your motivation, you know? So I heavily recommend that people, you know, you really chase things that you are excited about and that you want to pursue. And then you, like, you can still veg out. You can still go and relax after you're done working for the day. But, you know, I don't know. Can you kind of write, work, then party, don't party, then try to work? Yeah, no, exactly. No, it's just, you've got to, you got to set your priorities, work your ass off, and then you can relax. The way, I mean, it's said by a ton of people, but work hard, party harder. I think that's a good mentality to have. It's why, like, I will work my ass off on this stuff, and then when the day's over, I am fine with going out and, like, drinking a handful of margaritas and just having a good time, because I can go to bed that night and be like, I did some good work today. I feel good. But if you're going to lay your head on your pillow at night, and if you think you can still do more, you should do more, because you can. I believe in you. You can do it. You just got to commit and you got to do it. Free up storage space. Oh, my computer's running low on storage space. Oh no. Sup, Herrera? Good to see you. Sorry you come in during a preach session. Oops. Let's see. If I have too much weed, my joints ache. That's funny, because that's kind of the opposite of what you would think. For most people, it, like, helps joint pain. My brother Ben has, like, a really rare form of arthritis. He's, like, how old is he now? 22, almost 23. And he has a very, very rare form of arthritis. He has to get, like, infusions once every few weeks. Like, it's very aggressive, and it's a crazy, crazy complicated thing. I don't understand it in the least. But for him, smoking weed has helped a ton with his joint pain. Who's knocking? That is Lockie upstairs. It sounds like he has his wooden hammer and he's pounding the floor. I think that's what's happening. He's hard at work. He's hard at work. You know, he's a hard-working little dude. Yeah, he gets so busy. We got him a toy kitchen for Christmas, and he takes all the fake food and then he puts it in pots randomly. So he has, like, pizza, ice cream, lobster, soup in a pot. And then he puts like his toy dustpan in the oven, and then he's like, it's dinner, and then he brings it over, pretends to eat it. He has, like, a little stuffed bear, and then he feeds the bear. It's pretty cute. It's pretty adorable. Okay, what else is there to talk about? What else is there to do? Let's see. Maddie has a video where he outlines Starfield locked in, Redfield releases or Redfall, not Redfield. Well, Redfall, ultimate gameplay preview. Logan Paul is still being a horrible person, surprising no one. Yeah, I don't understand the Logan Paul thing. Like, nobody, the people that are giving him money are still going to be giving him money. Like, oh, I hear a dude. Hello? 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 Hi, can I hold you? Hey, bro. I don't know what language he's speaking, but it's something. Can I hold you? You want to say hi to everybody?
Are there boxes all over the floor?
Because a package came. How do you want to sit in Daddy's chair? People were like, who's knocking? I was like, I think Lockie has his hammer and he's just pounding the floor upstairs.
Well, so I looked down and he had his little box that you like put the wood shapes in.
Uh-huh.
And he had taken all his little people minifigures and put them in the holes on the top, and he was hammering their heads.
Play whack-a-mole. You look like a natural, dude. Look at that. Yeah. Are you a hardcore gamer, dude? Yeah. His shirt says, "Trouble has arrived." Do you have anything you want to say? Yeah?
You sing? You say, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, you scratched the... Okay. That's cool, too.
It always, moments like these are when I remember just how little he is. Like, look how tiny he looks in that seat. Oh. Say hi. Can you say hi? Hi, everyone. Hi. Hi. What a good little dude. Yeah. You been busy? Yeah. Did you have breakfast?
At, like 10:40.
Oh, well.
Mom was not doing great today. Hey, Lockie.
I'm just working like Dad. Ooh. Yeah.
I keep wanting to order coffee because I don't want to leave the house. Lachlan, sit down, please.
He's writing a new script. I mean, I could just order the usual from DoorDash. Oh, no Sharpie for babies.
He wants to get the mustache.
Oh, you're gonna write on that? Let's see. Let's see.
I just watched a video of a toddler go up to her parent and say, "My tummy hurts. I need donuts." I've never related so hard to something in my life.
Hashtag relatable. Do you want just the Titanic? Okay, what do you want? Here, see, I want to figure what you want.
Peppermint one.
Blah. Oh yeah, you see that? Michael, thank you for the $1.99. You gotta make this the stream thumbnail, my heart. Yeah, this is like... This is domestic bliss right here.
Domestic bliss.
Domestic bliss. So Lachlan, how do you feel about American turmoil over the Ukrainian war and how it affects our national economic structure? Hi. Nikki needs coffee. Yeah, for real. Markedly tremendous. Always. Let my baby play Elden Ring, see what happened. Oh, that might be funny.
Lachlan, stop pressing keys. Hey.
He's like, wow, these red panda switches are so smooth. Did you add it?
I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. Oh, it's gonna make me.
Hi. We're ordering the babe coffee. Standard. 45 minutes. Okay, well, it is what it is.
I was like, I'm gonna leave the house today. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna be productive. I'm gonna work out in the living room. I've watched like 50 TikToks.
Yeah.
And I gave Lachlan breakfast.
Oh, you okay? He's trying to climb over the ledge.
You look like you're rock climbing.
Oh yeah. Oh, you just sit back down. Ah, yeah.
You sit?
Oh yeah. It's not even showing. Oh, she got a little baby bump right there. See
this is my breakfast.
It's not breakfast. It's a baby.
It's my breakfast.
See her shirt?
Had a big lunch.
Preggers.
It's my favorite thing in the world, meeting up with somebody that hasn't seen me in a while. And they're like, "Oh, your baby bump's showing," and I'm like, "No, it's not. I had a big lunch." But thanks for noticing.
They get really uncomfortable. Yeah. They're like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Food baby, but it's an actual baby. You ate a baby.
Yep. Careful, Lachlan. Behave.
Yeah. Lachlan, what are your thoughts on the water crisis in Uganda? That one's upsetting. That one is upsetting. You okay? Yeah. Just a big boy chilling. Oh, baby.
We gotta figure out what to make him for lunch.
Same little baby. Same. It's the Luke Stevens of the future. Yes. One time a bank teller asked my then wife how far along she was. She acted super offended and said, "Excuse me? My wife is not pregnant." Or I acted super offended. That's awesome. I've always wanted to do that, but I know it would just give somebody a heart attack.
Oh, I would do it in an instant. There's something about being a young woman in a grocery store where people come up to me all the time and touch me or touch Lachlan.
Well, I don't know if I've told you guys this, but every time I'm walking through a store with Lockie by myself, I get like all of these old women and old men, like grandpas. They look at me and give me the nod. They're like, "You're doing the best you can."
He got dressed today. You're doing good.
Yeah, you know what? One step at a time.
What is it? You took him to the doctor for the first time by yourself, and they kept asking what mom wanted.
Yeah, it was really weird. They're like not used to dads bringing the baby to the doctors. They're like, "And how does mom feel about the vaccinations?" It's like, what? Oh, that's a weird way to say it. Like, how do you guys feel? And I never get
asked. They're like, they don't ask like how dad feels about it. I usually have to say I have to talk to dad about it, but
careful.
They're not like, "Oh, do we need to call dad first?"
Wait, you sitting on your foot? There you go. I don't know what you're trying to do. Yeah. Are you trying to slide through there?
He doesn't
You're
understand
too big.
the
Hold
width of
you?
his body. He's growing too fast.
Okay, they've confirmed the order.
Hooray! Lucky. Eat. You want to go eat?
Okay. You want to go eat?
Eat?
Eat.
Lucky, can you say a boo-boo? Can you show me your boo-boo sign? It's my favorite sign of all time. I have a boo-boo.
Yeah.
Can you say baby? Baby.
Baby.
Alright.
Can you say bye-bye?
Say bye. Oh, bye. It was bye to
Oh,
me.
it's bye to mama. Your
Bye,
dad and I are
you.
going to hang out.
Bye. Do you want to come? You want to go upstairs?
Yeah, you want to go? Okay, here. Daddy set you down.
Alright. Let's go upstairs and eat. I say bye-bye, Dada.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
He's like, but Dada's coming, right?
I said, just have him come, mama.
He's like, you can stay. Bring Dada.
See you, dude.
Bye.
Bye.
I'll look
It should be here in like 40 minutes.
like in an hour.
Okay.
When I'm napping.
Yeah, probably.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. I love you.
Love you. Bye. Okay, we're back. We made it. Let's see. Where were we? I don't remember. Let's see. What desk is that? This is an IKEA desk. This is an IKEA kitchen island top, like countertop, on top of some IKEA drawers. And that's it. It's very large. It's great. Works wonderful as a desk. And it's way cheaper. Come say I'm currently watching your Star Wars video. Awesome, Nate. Appreciate you. Good to see you. Yeah, when do dads get rights? Yeah, for real. It's just really weird. It's always funny. Like whenever I'm in public with Lockie, people look at me and are like, it's like so cringe to me. Like I'm fine. My wife is getting like bagel buns. Like stop it. Like what are you talking about? But what are you gonna do? You should get a shirt for Lachlan that says, "My dad thinks I'm markedly tremendous." I actually should. That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. How's your cable management? horrible. If I ever showed you guys what's behind the camera and under this desk, you'd be horrified. There's a reason I don't do like tech guides and stuff, because I know that that's just not what I do. My thoughts on the Logan Paul NFT thing. I'll be real, I don't really understand most of it. I guess we could catch up with Penguin. I know he did a video on it because it just keeps getting worse. But I mean, it's just shocker. He's scamming people. I mean, who's actually surprised? Just Fluid, thank you. Andrew Tate arrest. I find it really funny. I mean, you listen to that guy talk for 2 seconds and you know that he's not involved in totally above board businesses. So I don't know. He strikes me as a scammer. I mentioned that like a stream or two ago, where I brought up how like I did some deals in commercial real estate with some very sketchy people, and he's always given me the exact same vibe. Like every red flag is going off for him. Something weird's going on. But I guess let's see what this Logan Paul thing is, because I don't actually understand it. We'll catch up and then we'll play some Star Wars.
January 3rd is a date that had more importance to me than my own birthday, because that was the day Logan Paul said he was going to respond to CoffeeZilla's investigative series on his CryptoZoo project. Throughout a year-long investigation conducted by CoffeeZilla, he produced 3 videos that highlighted that CryptoZoo was a scam, and told the story of tons of victims who lost money and went over how it got to that point and what went on behind the scenes. Logan Paul stated that he would be responding to all the allegations on January 3rd. And he did, in a remarkably baffling way. So January 3rd rolled around, and it was this very sad wet fart of a response from Logan Paul. He released a 7-minute video where he addressed none of the actual claims that had evidence backing them and avoided all of the actual hard-hitting facts that CoffeeZilla was providing without giving his side of anything.
Yeah, I mean, no shot. How do you defend yourself against something like that? Like, okay, you endorsed and created this thing where people pretty much unanimously lost tons of money while you profited tons of money, and you did it maliciously and knowing that people were going to lose money while you benefited. How do you even begin to answer that? Like, I'm surprised he's answering it at all. I thought he would just like go into a hole and ignore it. Like, just don't mention it. Like, I think it's the old rule of politics where they said, like, if you're explaining, you're losing. Just don't explain. Never talk about it.
Instead, he just started attacking the character of CoffeeZilla and throwing out wild accusations with nothing to back up his claims in his own video, which makes him very hypocritical in that sense. Such as him stating at the very beginning that CoffeeZilla's been getting information wrong because he's turned into a gossip channel without ever showing any of the things he's gotten wrong recently, and then saying that he tried to work in law enforcement but was turned away for being not truthful and his work often being speculative, of which he provides no sources to where he got that, so I imagine he reached into his colon and pulled it out like a little dingleberry. So
it's probably just like he's surrounded by all these people who are like, I saw on Twitter that somebody said this, and that's it. That's like the full extent of it. Logan Paul is too narcissistic to ignore all these allegations by CryptoZoo. Yeah, he doesn't like people talking shit about it. He seems like somebody who like truly, it's kind of like Trump. Like, I think he just is somebody who really deep down wants everybody to love him. Like, that's what he wants. He loves the money. He loves the fame. He loves that. But I think he really, at his core, just wants everybody to love him and think he's a great guy. And so he's getting one thing he wants, the money, at the cost of all of this. And it was great when he was just scamming people. But part of it is that his fans seem totally incapable of holding his feet to the fire on anything. Like, he will do stuff commonly that's just horrible. And his fans like, yeah, word to the wise, man. Down with the man. Like I said, it must be just 12-year-olds watching Logan Paul. Because I've never met anybody who watches his stuff. Like, I do not understand the appeal. I don't get it. Who is tuning in casually to the Impulsive podcast? Is this a point when all of you guys tell me that you all listen to it? Oh, God.
His video wasn't the best when it came to proving his innocence, so he then released a podcast episode yesterday going over it deeper. However, it's not deep at all. This shit is shallower than a micro penis. It doesn't go anywhere. It's still the very surface level shit where he doesn't actually talk about any of the evidence-backed claims that CoffeeZilla makes against him, his team, and his project. It's an hour and 20 minutes of them trying to play the victim here, and it's so shameless at one point that he even begins reading a letter that he supposedly received from a fan that made him tear up, talking about how great of a person Logan is and how he has such a kind heart, and then Logan tears up on the podcast again. None of this has anything to do with the CoffeeZilla investigation or CryptoZoo, so it just seems like he's farming sympathy points for some reason. It's just not good at all.
Yeah, like trying to say, no, you should not give me a hard time over coffee or CryptoZoo because I actually like I'm a really good guy and I have an impact on people. And it's like, yeah, you can have a great impact on people and still be an ass, like still scam people. You can do a lot. Like that was the whole thing with the former dictators of Haiti who were horrible and they led to millions of people like being impoverished and thousands of people starving to death, but they donated a ton of money to Mother Teresa in the 80s, so they're good, right? It's like no, they did like a good thing, I guess, but that does not excuse all the other random crap they did. Jamie, I have a friend who's 25 and watches this content, swears he changed since the Japan incident too. I don't know, maybe it's like a contrarian thing. I don't know. I've said before, I get a lot of appeal from some big streamers. I can kind of see it. But there are some big streamers and YouTubers I just honestly don't understand what makes them successful, why people watch. Even like really big ones, I just am missing something. I don't get it. For me, it's like, I would say the Logan Paul and Jake Paul, I don't understand their appeal. I don't get it. Like the boxing thing I kind of got because you just maybe you want to tune in to see somebody that you don't like the anti-hero. You want him to get his face punched in, so you tune in and watch the pay-per-view for that. I could see that. I can kind of understand that. But like other big streamers, I don't really get the ASMR thing. Like I don't get that. I don't really get like Hassan's appeal, even though he's huge. He's like the Steven Crowder of the left. I just don't get it, you know? But obviously there's a ton of people who do. I'm just missing something, you know? I'm glad we have guys like you, Luke, because if we had a load of people like Logan Paul's of the world to look up to, I don't know how this community could survive. Well, I appreciate that for one. I appreciate that. But it's also just, it explains a lot about like the TikTok trends that pop up and things. When you see that the role models are like the Logan Pauls of the world and the Andrew Tates, there are people who unironically think that like Andrew Tate is a badass and they want to be like him. Like weird daddy issues stuff where he's their role model. I know it sounds crazy, but there are a lot of people out there who had that same thing. Same with like Jordan Peterson, where they look up to him kind of as a father figure. It happens a lot. I think it's more of an issue with like a fatherhood hole that's been left within a lot of young men. That sounds really gross and nasty. But what I mean is I think a lot of young men have more daddy issues than they would admit, or at least maybe realize. And they sort of self-medicate and self-treat that problem by chasing these strong characters and figures in media, like Logan Paul, who, say what you will about him, he's a major character in the world and the world stage of media. Same with like, you know, Jordan Peterson and these other guys. They're strong authority figures that some people respect, and they tie up that respect in that same avenue of like trying to fill that void or something. Look up and have some sort of authority figure. Let's see. Whippy Ice, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. I can't agree about Hassan being like Steven Crowder. What I mean by that, John, is that they're both like pop political commentators. Like nobody's pretending that they are actually carefully reading like research studies. Nobody's going to think that they're actually like highly educated in these fields. They read news articles, they have sensational takes on it, and they're good at communicating those takes to an audience. But they're not like, I would not hire them to run a think tank. I'm not saying they're dumb. I'm just saying like They're not the political movers and shakers that some people might think they are. They're just good communicators, right? There's a difference. And so it's not a bad thing. Like, they fit their own niche. They're doing the same job. It's just different. Like, hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. I don't know.
This is actually significantly worse than a 7-minute response video. Now, he does reinforce that he will be suing CoffeeZilla for defamation for his investigative series on CryptoZoo. Which
I actually saw Ethan Klein. He asked to be added to the lawsuit, which I thought was kind of funny. He was like, if you're going to sue anybody, add me to the list.
leads me to believe that Logan Paul is truly surrounded by absolute fucking troglodytes. There is nobody in Logan Paul's immediate circle that gives him good advice. A defamation case is extremely hard to win, in even the best of circumstances. But you have a shady crypto company that a ton of people lost a ton of money on, and you're suing a guy who investigated it for a year and provided nothing but an unbiased, objective look at the facts. No matter how you want to...
This, I actually totally agree. And I think that this is like the summation of the whole story, is that he's going to sue this guy for no reason and probably lose because it's just a waste. He might not actually end up going through with it because I don't think he... I don't know. I think this is more a scare tactic, but it's the same thing. Like, these really wealthy, famous people, they surround themselves with yes men who give them horrible advice, and then they do stupid stuff like this, and then it goes badly. And they're like, what happened? Same thing. Like, if you ever wonder, like Michael Jackson, look at Michael Jackson towards the end of his life, all the plastic surgery he had. Whenever he had a doctor that said no, he just found a new one. Because he had the money and the fame and resources to do it. Like, he just surrounded himself by yes men. And if you didn't say yes, you were out. So you always say yes. And it doesn't matter what it is. You say yes. That's it. I saw a TikTok actually of, it was of a former record manager dude with Sony Records. And I think it was Sony. But he had for a while worked one-on-one as Michael Jackson's like business manager. And at one point, Michael Jackson told him, I want to own all of my masters for all of my hits, for Thriller, for all of that. And he said, okay, I will work on it. And he said, it's Michael Jackson. You always said yes to Michael. Didn't matter how impossible it was or unlikely. You said yes, and then you would figure it out because you don't say no. If you say no, you're out. You have to say yes. So he said yes. And then he stumbled into this way to get the master recordings after the fact, through some corporate trickery and maneuvering. But it phrased it and framed this thing really well, where it's like, for some of these people, you say yes. There is no question. You are going to say yes. You play by ball, like you play ball by their rules. Otherwise, you're out. It's one of the most fascinating things actually for me with like Mr. Beast. Maybe I'm just out of the loop, but I haven't heard a lot of drama surrounding like Mr. Beast stuff. But he surrounds himself by a ton of people. I would assume that he's had problems with yes men, but he seems to have stayed pretty grounded for somebody that's as successful as he is. So maybe he's just like a unique case of like just a good guy who's been able to keep his feet on the ground. I don't know. But like in no way does Mr. Beast seem like somebody who's been kind of corrupted by all of it. It's really interesting to me. Like, I don't know if he's just immune to it because he doesn't really care about the money or what, but it seems like every other major YouTuber, once they get a taste of that really high level success and all that money that comes in, it's really easy for them to get kind of corrupted and go silly. But I don't know. Like I said, I don't really keep up with Mr. Beast, so I don't know. I don't know if he's actually like a well-known prick or something. Like I have no idea. But yeah. Anyway, all told, I don't think he's gonna actually follow through and sue anybody. Like, because the lawyer who's gonna spend months, like a lot of these lawyers, they'll only take up these defamation lawsuits and stuff if they think that there's actually a chance that they'll win, because they'll get like paid out from the commission on it, basically, on the payout. So if it pays out $1 million, they make 20% of that or 30% of it, right? That's at least the idea. For like rarely do you pay up front. One thing a very wealthy man told me when I worked in real estate, he said, if you go to a lawyer and they ask you to pay up front, find a different one. Or really look at your case, because you probably don't have a good one. He's like, if you have a good case, they will be begging you to let them take it. And then they'll get a cut of whatever comes after the fact. It's like, if you take a lawsuit to a lawyer and they ask you to pay them like $100,000 up front, he's like, it's probably a trash lawsuit. So you shouldn't do it. And I would guess he's probably running into similar things like this. Like lawyers telling him, I don't think you want to do this, dude. I don't think you're going to win, and you're going to spend a lot of money paying us up front. It's like, I'd rather us do something else. Thoughts on the Vince McMahon scandal? My understanding is that he resigned, but now he's coming back to sell it, like sell WWE. Yeah, I think that's the last I heard about it. I don't know. He seems like I don't think he's somebody that I would like hanging out with. He seems like a difficult person to be around. And I know he was accused of some stuff. I don't know if it ever went anywhere, but yeah, I don't really know enough about it. I never watched the WWE. Very WWE of him to leave and then make a big return. Yeah, probably. He's going to come back in with the smoke machines blasting and everything. Hold on. This is a Meat Canyon video. If you haven't seen these guys, they do really funny cartoons and animations. We'll do this, and then we're going to play some Star Wars.
Hey,
might even finish it, actually.
Yeah. Bet you never been this close to a celebrity before, huh? You want to take a selfie or... Don't focus down there. Here, look back up here. Here, have a prime. Yeah, go ahead and drink that. Yeah, it's smooth, isn't it? That's smooth. Oh. Oops, sorry. I thought you might have been dying or passing away there. No.
Pulls out his phone to film him because he thinks he's dying.
Oh, that's okay. There we go. There it is. Huh. Not much in here. That's okay. I'll tell you what, though. That's a great shirt. Oh, yeah, it feels nice. Yeah, let me just get that off here real quick. Let me just get that off. There you go. Oh, man. Your body's disgusting. Oh, you gotta work on that. I mean, here, check this out. Check this out. Nah, it's okay. Go ahead. You can look. I know, it's pretty remarkable. I know I look good. Look at that. You want to touch it? And I better get those shoes from you, too. Here. You stop squirming. Stop squirming. Here.
That's
Mike!
so uncomfortable.
Mike, come help with this!
Yeah. Man,
It's that
Logan's
guy.
been working on so much crazy stuff this year. He's a total workhorse. Right, Logan?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, who is he, by the way? This Jake guy. Like, I've never understood who he is. I see him in those clips from their podcast. Who is he? Does anyone know?
Here, let's get those panties off. Here, get on your back!
Yeah. He's trustworthy, too. He's the best. He's the best. I love him.
I am trustworthy, aren't I, boy?
Yeah, Logan. You are. Can I get paid now, or can
I already paid you, remember? This stuff is for Daddy, okay? Now, I know you might be mad. Listen, I hear you. I am just as upset as you are. That's why I have a video to show you. Here, let me find it real quickly. It's like, yeah, this usually tends to calm people down a bit. Oops, not that one. That's for another thing. Let me see. Nah, not that one. No, not that one either. Well, you know, I'll find something for you to chew on soon enough. But, you know, I don't know. Just give it a week. Give it a month. I don't know. You'll forget all about this, and we'll be even Stevens. All right, buddy? Thanks again. Mike, come on!
Wow. The part where he takes his camera out to film him because he thinks he's dying is it's so accurate too. All the problems surrounding him. It's pretty accurate. I must sub to that channel. Who was it? That was Meat Canyon. Meat Canyon. They do a bunch of stuff. They have some really funny stuff. Yeah, I don't know, man. It just... So that guy's Logan Paul's best friend. Has he never done anything himself? Is that like his claim to fame? Is he's just his friend that talks on the podcast? Is that it? The tricky thing is, like, again, I've said it before, I don't think you can ever really cancel somebody. You can only ever, like, tease them. But especially for these guys that are becoming independently wealthy, you can't really do much about it. Like, Logan, at this point, he has Prime. He has a bunch of other investments. And I think he's just milking it dry. Like, I think he's always been prepped to exit probably by the time he's, like, 30, 35. And just no longer be in the public spotlight, but just have tons of money. I think he's always known that he'd probably end up in that spot. And so now I think he's just at the point where he's milking everything dry. And it's just, you know, it sucks. But his fans are going to keep buying his crap. And I think he'll only go away if it becomes so socially taboo to follow him and everything. But even then, like, really socially taboo things still have audiences, pretty sizable audiences. So I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't think they're going to do anything with it. Which is unfortunate, you know, because I do think the internet, if I could make 3 moves to, like, fix YouTube right now, for one, let me just say, I would fix the insane copyright / demonetization system on YouTube. Fix that. I think the whole thing will be much better off. Second thing I do, probably kick Keemstar off. I think the world would be a lot better place if Keemstar were not on the internet. And 3, probably the Paul brothers. I'd ask for them to just go into a cave. And I think the internet would be a much better place. Much better place. Okay, we're loading in. We're on our way. Oh, H3. Yeah, it kind of seems like he's canceling himself, though. But maybe not. Everybody I know who watched, like, I had a few friends who watched a ton of H3 back in the day, and all of them have pretty much stopped. They're just not interested anymore because he's just gotten, like, pretty toxic. Kind of gone off the deep end, which is too bad. Which is too bad. Because, like, back in the day, they used to post some funny stuff. I remember watching some of their, like, original React content, and it was actually pretty funny. But that's too bad. I just turned on the AC unit, so forgive the slight background noise. It's just because it's really hot in here. Okay, hold on. Okay. I am stalling. Let's see. Never understood the appeal. I don't know. He did funny, like, React content. But now everybody and their mother does React content. So it's not that big of a deal. This might have been the exact thing I just took up. No, this is right. Okay. Getting back to the ship always sucks in this. This is Jedi Fallen Order. Keemstar tries so hard to be relevant and down with the kids that he even dates them. Weird. It sure is weird. I'm just shocked. Like, he is a perfect example of somebody who's, like, everybody's tried to cancel him 15 times. And just nothing. Voila. Fallen Order fans when their order falls. I don't know. I never played it. You're gonna see it's good, but it's a little buggy. It's a little clunky. But we're approaching, like, the last act, so we're on our way. But you go here, you can use holotape, you can travel to different planets.
See what's out there.
For this, we're headed to Dathomir. He's like Asmongold in that respect, not personality-wise, but he just ignores being canceled and it doesn't happen. Yeah.
Must have had good reason.
And Asmongold, he said some weird stuff, like, and I've said I disagree with him on plenty. But he is just like uncancelable. You're not going to be able to touch Asmongold ever. Because I mean, if there's 100,000 people that watch you live regularly, it doesn't matter if you said like one kind of messed up thing. People are going to be like, yeah, no, I've also said messed up stuff. They're just going to move on. The only people that get canceled are the ones that really let themselves get canceled, you know? Like, who was it? Was it Jenna Marbles? She got canceled. And, but like, she also, I think, was looking for an out. Because she retired and went away, and I don't know what she's doing now, but... Yeah, even Pewds. PewDiePie. He still gets insane views on his videos. Voila. What did Jenna do? In a bunch of old skits, she did blackface. Which, you know, a lot of people, let's just say, were not big fans of that move.
You've come a long way since Braca, but the path is far from over.
I just, like, looking at this, I really get the appeal of a fully open, like, universe Star Wars game. Imagine this, but like that cliff, you can go off right above my head. That cliff face, you can go climb. Take your spaceship, you can fly it, explore. I get why that's appealing. I would love to see that too, but I don't know if we will.
Good thing we weren't standing there. What is that thing? Wouldn't count on him being friendly.
I don't think Zoomers understand how chaotic the internet was in 2007 to 10. It was a Wild West. It really was. You remember those old Shane Dawson videos? He posted some stuff that was insane. Is it left? Yeah, it's left. Okay. I always forget which way to transform it. I am a Jedi! Okay, I was like, are you not dead? Your health bar's empty.
Check it out.
We are playing on the hardest difficulty, by the way.
Nice job.
Yeah, and didn't Mark Wahlberg, like, try to kill a guy? Wasn't he, like, arrested for attempted murder or something? And didn't Snoop Dogg, like, actually kill someone? And Caitlyn Jenner definitely killed somebody. Dude, I hate these little things.
Little help, BD. Up here.
Bro, see that stun locking just sucks ass.
I need a stim, BD.
Just burning through all my stims. Jeez, man. Is Valhalla necessary to beat Mirage? I doubt it will be, but we don't know anything about Mirage yet, so who knows? Who knows, my friend? I think it would be helpful because you know who Basim is, but like you only really get to know Basim at the very end, like 100+ hours into Valhalla, or more like 80+ hours into Valhalla. So I can't imagine that they're gonna set it so like you have to play Valhalla to understand. I don't think they'd do that.
Let's go, BD.
Sneezy sneeze. Okay. Ooh, there's a crate. We'll get that. Mirage isn't real. It feels like a mirage. I don't know, man. It's still so weird to me that I don't think it's been officially delayed yet. I don't think it has. We are supposedly like a month and a half out from the launch of that game, and we don't know anything about it. That's insane.
Help, please.
Bro. These things can eat my entire ass. In a bad way.
Little help, BD.
Get out of here. There we go. Now there's a shortcut. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Am I close to a resting point? Probably not.
Looks like the Zeppo were here.
Mirage is exclusive to the metaverse. At this point, I wouldn't put it past them.
This place seems abandoned, but
You trespass, Jedi.
you must be a Night Sister. I had heard you were all dead.
Not all. Dothamir is forbidden to you. Leave at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that, but perhaps we could help each other. You see, Easy. I'm not your enemy.
Your actions say otherwise.
Wait, hold on. I'm not here to...
An enemy!
Really could have used a rest spot before this.
He shakes in fear. Stop moving!
Sucks to suck. Go kill him after this. I need to rest. Let's see. Do I? Probably should. Mama didn't raise no bitch.
Get the intruder! He shakes in fear. We can win, brother!
Oh God.
Strike you. Your death is a
Oh yeah, bro.
What's this?
Jedi Master difficulty 2. Sucks to suck. Just run up here.
We're Night Brothers.
You coward! Brothers!
Help me, BD.
Stop his recovery!
Up here.
Oh, he's over there.
Door stim. Help, BD.
Man.
Can't get through.
Locked from the other side. Love it. Okay, well, this dude I think I can just push off. Just wanted to pop in and say thank you. And your editors for all the hard work you guys do on your videos. You're a great reliance in the game journalism space. Appreciate you, Jacob. Thank you. I will let Jacob, my editor, know that too. Thank you.
Outsider.
Thank you for watching so that we can do it. Oh, I can't. These guys are immune. It's like they figured out that people like me spam that.
Stop stalling! This will not stop me!
Up here!
Wow. I can't see anything. These hallways are screwy. Let's see. Seeing her playing this game always makes me hope one day we'll see a Knights of the Old Republic remake or sequel. We probably will one day. It's just, I think it's a lot easier said than done.
Break him! Time to end this. Enough running.
Don't shoot me. Okay.
EBD, take a look.
I don't know. There's so many. So allegedly, the goal for Disney is supposed to be to release one Star Wars game every 6 months, starting sometime this year. That's crazy. That's so many. Like, that's ridiculous. See, every once in a while I'm surprised. This Star Wars video, I was bracing for it to be like the worst performing video in months, and it's actually like the number 2. It's actually started off very strong. Why did I do that? Okay.
Brothers, end this.
Is it? Yeah, it's the rope. No, it's the wall. Okay. This is gonna be tricky to do with low health. Oh, he got me on the drop. Lame. I like Star Wars first movie I saw in Sweden in the 80s, Empire Strikes Back, but the first movie, you remember. Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop. What did I say that Alexa thought I was talking to her? Bro. No, y'all ain't worth my time. Y'all ain't worth it. This is the good old Dark Souls strat of just running past everyone.
Don't drop your guard. You cannot stand against us.
See? Flawless. There we go. Flawless. Can't be tamed. Built different. You name it, it's true. Or like that bowling guy said, who do you think you are? I am. Just thank you. Shout out Naomi Luke. Happy New Year. Damn, what's the latest? I can say that. Oh well, can't wait for the sequel to this game. Yeah, I think that if this was the proof of concept, the sequel could actually be low-key pretty amazing. Because one of the frustrations I think people had mostly with this game is that scope felt a little tight. And I think people are frustrated that it was a little buggy. And all the cool Jedi stuff you couldn't do until later in the game, right?
I see you met the resident Night Sister, but
oh,
unlike most, you're alive.
I forgot about this guy.
Well, lightsaber? No, don't hide it. That would explain your survival.
Don't hide it, dummy.
Who are you? No one to fear. Just a traveler, studying the nature of extinct cultures and dead philosophies.
You study the Night Sisters?
I study many things. But yes, that Night Sister. Oh, she was only a child when the war came to this world. She had to watch her whole family perish.
What do you know about those ruins?
Oh, ancient beyond belief. The Night Sister and her warrior kin were seduced by the power that lurks within.
I want to say that word casually like that. Seduced.
Avoid the ruin. Or suffer the same fate.
Every time I hear the word seduce, though, I think of that old Eminem song. Seduction, seduce. Something, 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 something. Cause the moment you love Whoa.
Nothing stands against us, brother.
I can't help but feel somewhat responsible for that death. Same? Okay, I'm not crazy. I like that song. I put it to you, good sir, that you should play Harvester because it is terrible. I'm sold.
Fight me, you coward!
I'm the coward. I'm just a little boy. Is there something good down here? I don't remember. It's been a while since I played through this. Little lightsaber customization. Whenever I hear seduce, I think of Team Fortress 2 short expiration date where spy asks scout to seduce it. Dude, I forgot about all those little skits that they used to do. Passion and strength. Chromium, that's a cool one. Chromium, I think I'll do chromium. Should I keep it green? Everyone in chat, vote real quick. Blue, green, or orange? Hold on, I'll do a poll. Can I do a poll? Maybe I can't. No, I can. Hold on, everybody vote.
Did you hear Gorgara
There we go.
last night?
This way we'll have an official tally.
Awake all night. Her howls were fierce.
58%, 56%, mostly blue. People are saying blue. These skins were an okay concept though, you can barely see it. I totally agree. It's super cool, build your own lightsaber. Infuriating that you can never see it. Except like when you get the double length one, you can kind of see it, but like specifically the materials, you can't see anything about it. How is green losing? Ah, green's safe. Green's what we've been using, so it is like, it's less exciting, you know. Blue's best. I mean, I think blue's got it. Green is the fart color. I thought like orangish brown would be the fart color, but okay. Well, it looks like blue is gonna take it. Okay. I am going to give BD1 a different skin. I kind of forgot I could customize this, so I'm gonna do this. Oh, that's cool. I like this one. This one makes him look fancy. And then the mantis. I like the red. Love it. Okay, let's try this again. Thomas, thank you. Whoa.
Hey, BD.
Brother, stand with me.
Caution, brothers! Caution!
Come on, fight!
Wow. Yeah, I would still say that this combat system against hordes is not great. AT&T is terrible on various spots around Tulsa lately. You're gonna have to bounce due to it. Bye, everyone. Hope you have a great weekend. Yes, Thomas, you too. Thank you for the $5. Have a wonderful weekend, my friend.
Looks climbable, but not without equipment.
Die!
Die. I mean, you have a freaking lightsaber. I would think you'd probably have like a hook or something.
Can't believe we made it.
I mean, I will say for the next game, with this one, it's so clear they took a ton of inspiration from Dark Souls, right? So for the next one, if they just come along and have a ton more boss fights, I think we're playing ball. I think that'll work. Because my biggest frustration is like enemy variety's a little lackluster, but mainly because there's only so much you can do, right? Like, what else are you gonna add? There's stormtroopers, there's some big aliens, like what else do you do? So I'm kind of willing to forgive it. I'm gonna keep saving and banking my points. I want the big upgrades, the 2 and 3.1s. I hope they introduce some skill trees, armor, clothing progression, and maybe some Witcher-esque systems in the game. Well, we do know that you're gonna have access to a blaster. You'll actually get to carry a blaster and potentially dual wield too.
Stand aside.
No. He was right about you.
Who? What?
Jedi are thieves and selfish liars who bring nothing but death.
Back off. If you attack me again, I'll strike you down.
Oh, I won't do a thing. But my murdered sisters.
That's what I told to the lady at Taco Bell. She wouldn't give me a steak quesarito. Give it to me or I will strike you down.
They will have their revenge.
Another step.
Ow. Ouch. Ouchie mama.
Leave this place.
Ow.
Another step.
Jeez, dude. Sith Lord Luke, all your DoorDash orders. Yeah, for real, it's a problem. That guy I mentioned a long time ago that I watch and keep up on, King Cobra JFS. He is notoriously like super broke. But the reason he's super broke is because he makes like wands, like magic wands, because he thinks he actually has magical powers. That's a whole other thing. But he makes wands and he sells them, and he'll sell like 2 for $300, and he'll get all this money in. And then the very moment he gets that money into his bank account, he will go onto DoorDash and order like a Pizza Hut or a Little Caesars pizza that initially is like $8, and then he will come on, I'm trying to spam this. And then he'll deck it out, and it'll end up being like $70 for one pizza. Like $70 for a Little Caesars pizza order, because he decks it out with like every topping imaginable, and so it ends up being like super inflated because each topping is like $2. So they just like blast through it, and so he ends up with one pizza that's like hundreds of dollars. Do you guys want to see a King Cobra? Hold on, I gotta show you this. King Cobra cooking is a special thing. It's a sight to behold. Hold on. King Cobra. Let's see. What's a good one? What's a good one? Cheesy pasta is a classic. The burgers are great. Spaghetti and meatballs. Oh, this one. Bacon, cheddar, jalapeno, jerky, pizza, cheeseburger.
Boom, what's up, YouTube? We are back at you, Cool Cobras, with another video.
Little background again. This is a real person in Casper, Wyoming. Pretty close to where I live and where my family lives. And he's been making videos like this for like 15 years. He thinks he has actual magical powers. He thinks that he is the reason they took down ISIS. Because his magic spells took them down. So, like, this guy's a character.
There we are, smashing. Look at what we got here. We got some Texas toast. We're gonna toast up some buns. And we're gonna make bacon, cheddar, jalapeno, jerky, pizza, cheeseburger. What nonsense?
Makes sense to me.
Only the kind of nonsense that can be found on Cobra's channel. So that being said, if you like the cooking videos, ding that notification.
Look at that Dawn soap. You'll see his pan in a second. He doesn't wash dishes. So that Dawn soap has been sitting there since it was bought, probably by his dad when he moved him in, and he's never touched it.
Bell and subscribe for more. All right. 2 pieces of Texas toast. We're gonna drop them in the pan real quick, and we're gonna toast them. If you like the Cooking with Cobra segments, subscribe for more. We're about to produce the bombest bacon cheeseburger I've yet to create. Now we need some burger. We got some Angus bacon aged cheddar beef patties.
Good stuff.
These beef patties are stuffed with bacon and cheddar. Oh, burger's gonna
Hold on, I gotta show you the plate.
Cheddar bacon and scoocher. Look at that. It's
this pan, you see the silver handle? When he first got this pan years ago, he filmed it. The pan was silver. The whole pan. He has not cleaned it in years. And he thinks that it, like, adds flavor or something.
just about done, too. I'm gonna go ahead and scooch right there. Now, if we're doing a cheddar bacon jalapeno jerky pizza cheeseburger, we're gonna have to have some of that jalapeno bacon.
Naturally, so he cooks up the bacon, he puts the cheese on, he does all this stuff. Really, really crazy. And then the finished product.
Jalapenos and the pepperoni. You know what this burger needs? More cheese. You know, date rape is for men who can't handle rejection. Fucking savage.
What?
That's what she said.
Casually,
oh,
he'll just
that is a
he'll blow you away with some amazing social commentary. But he does these cooking videos, and it's quite thoroughly entertaining. But this is the guy that will order, like, he'll be totally broke, and then he'll order a DoorDash pizza and spend $70 on a Little Caesars, like, $5 pizza because he just cranked it out. And it's always so funny. Let's see. Cobra Pill, yeah. No, like, if you ever hear me saying, that's what's up, or that's most definitely what's up, it's usually in reference to him, because he has a few verbal tics and phrases he uses all the time. One of them is, that's what's up. And so I often say, that's what's up. That's most definitely what's up. Like, he said that in the... If you think that's a weird thing to say, he says a lot of other insane stuff. Like I said, he thinks that he has actual magical abilities, and that he is the reason I didn't double jump. And that he's the reason they defeated ISIS. He said he was watching a news broadcast where President Trump was like, it was Trump at the time, President Trump came in and announced that they had killed like a leader of ISIS. And he's like, yeah, I heard Trump say the moment that they announced that, the whole crowd yelled, praise Cobra's magic. Like, he thinks that he is living real life Harry Potter stuff. Like, one of his trolls sent him a letter pretending that it was from the desk of the President of the United States, thanking him for helping them defeat ISIS. And he wanted to frame it because he thought it was real. Like, he's a little delusional, to say the least.
How does that Night Sister keep following us? Sierra called them force wielders. I've never seen it used this way before. We better stay on
Climbing around.
Wait, do you?
God, he's our savior. Yes. Praise Cobra's magic. Praise Cobra's magic. He got arrested like the day or 2 days before Christmas for public intoxication because he also has like a pretty severe drinking problem. And so his dad called the cops on him. And so that's been the latest trend, is that people are having a laugh because he was arrested. And so they're trying to get like the Freedom of Information Act stuff to get the video of his arrest and everything. He's somebody that like people actually care about, but he's so delusional, it's next to impossible to help him. Because people will be like, they'll send him like gift card to somewhere to try and help him, say, sober up or something, and he'll be like, no thanks, troll. And it's like they're trying to help you and you just make it so hard.
I'm feeling weak, BD.
Let's go rest here and then we can get 2 skill points. We can take a peek. I want whatever he's been smoking or drinking. It's spice. It's a lot of spice. So that synthetic weed that's horrible and fries your brain, that's what he regularly smokes. Maximum force, that would be nice. Maybe force and then I'll do damage upgrade. They're trying to make him weak. If he stops drinking, who will protect us from ISIS? Yeah. Like, one time he posted a video of him at like a stoplight out walking around the city, and he has his wand and he's like, if you don't believe in my magic, watch this. And he walks over, points his phone camera at the light that, you know, it's got the red hand, don't walk yet, at the crosswalk. And he says, turn. And he stays there for a solid minute with the camera just staying on it. And then it turns to walk and he's like, what more proof do you need? It's just great. It's just great. A never-ending source of entertainment. I hope he gets his life together because he's a walking cartoon character. But he's something else, man. He is something else. I don't have that thing yet.
Come back here! Don't let him rally! He's withdrawing! He shakes in fear.
BD, here!
Yes! Come, fight me!
Help, please!
Oh. Oh, God. Those stun locks, man. Ooh. It's a shame that the double blades really suck. Yeah, they're not even slightly usable. Let's see. I just got random emails and texts. I'm just trying to catch up. What is all this? Okay. The coffee is here. Should I go get the coffee? I don't think Nikki knows. She's probably napping. I'll grab the coffee real quick. I will be right back. Yeah, I'll be right back. Here. In the meantime, give me just a second.
2 slices of thick cut bacon from Oscar Mayer. Now that we got our bacon cooking in the pan, nice and delicious. We got the oven preheated. Some of you may think, oh, that looks nasty, I'd never eat that. Some of you may think, you know what, I'll give it a try. Really, it depends on your personal opinion. Oh, look at that bacon cook, isn't that sexy? I might have drinking just a little bit of vodka and Monster before making this cooking video, but that's alright, I'm 27. Okay, now that we got our delicious bacon, now it's time to assemble this here calzone. We got our Pillsbury thin crust for our calzone. I'm gonna give it a good whack on the counter here so that way it opens up a bit. To start this delicious calzone. Okay, we got the Jif peanut butter. I'm gonna put this in the middle as our sauce. Making a candy calzone. Pay attention, YouTube, because dankness is on the way.
Oh, perfect timing. That's my favorite line. Dankness is on the way. Oh, man. I think COVID rejected him and gave up. I don't think he ever got, like, tested to be confirmed that he had COVID. But he did have a period where, like, for 2 weeks he didn't upload and was like on death's door because ever since he was a kid he smoked a ton, and so I think he's just at this point pretty fried.
Stop it from moving.
Man.
Hey, BD.
Think you could match me?
Oh my goodness. See, it's like a little finicky. These levels especially are really touchy. What's my coffee order? Well, this is a blended latte. This particular coffee shop has a sugar-free base for the blended drinks and a sugar-free salted caramel. So it's basically like 4 shots of espresso, salted caramel, sugar-free stuff, sugar-free powder, and oat milk. Because I break out like crazy if I have dairy or sugar. Like all over. It took me a while to realize it. Then one of you guys in chat one day was like, oh, because I was saying how frustrated I was that I had horrible acne, like cystic acne, the big ones underneath your skin that like really hurt. And I was like, I'm so frustrated. I've tried everything. I've tried every routine, every cleanser, every moisturizer, every acid, oil, wash, peel, whatever. And it never worked. And then one of you guys was just like, you should try cutting out dairy and or sugar and just take that and try that. I was like, what have I got to lose? Okay. So I started ordering coffees and doing stuff with oat milk instead of regular milk. That alone almost instantly cleared me up massively. And then no sugar helps a little. I think most of my problem is dairy. The dairy caused me to break out really, really bad. But the sugar also, like cutting sugar, it's also just kind of good for you. I mean, if I can avoid it. I'll tell you what, I'm a fiend for yogurt. I love yogurt so much.
Look there. On him.
Jeez, man.
Like this outsider did.
Load. Respawn. This is the lens I was waiting on, because this camera angle you see here, like I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the stream, this lens that's doing this is this really nice Sony one. Much junk. It's this really nice Sony one, but this Sony one has some weird issue where it emits a super high-pitched squeaking screech every time it's on for more than like 15 minutes. Apparently it's like a well-known issue. I didn't know about it. So I'm going to return that one that's on the camera right now. But this is like the same exact lens, just made by Sigma without some features like it can't autofocus, things like that I don't need. And it's like a third of the price. And it doesn't squeak. So I'm just going to go with that. Sometimes it pays to be a simpleton. You don't need all the fancy things. And your lenses don't squeak. Fresh haircut, thank you. Thank you, my friend. I've been waiting to get it. I went in, and I don't know if you guys have ever done this. My stylist, shout out to Merlin, he's awesome. I have him do the haircut. He does my eyebrows, trims them up, and like waxes around them because I get a little bushy and unibrowy if I'm not careful. And I also recently have started doing the nostril waxing, where they wax your nose hairs. Because, okay, I'm not going to say who, but one of my friends that I know dearly, love him, he has some facial hair, and he has some aggressive nose hairs. And one time we saw him, and his nose hairs had blended into his beard. It was like his beard was growing into his skull. And when I saw it, I was like, I don't want that. I want to avoid that. So I got like the nose hair trimmers and stuff, but they're really ticklish. Like, you'll shave the nose hairs and then it'll be like kind of itchy and tickly. It's kind of annoying. But the nose hair waxing, it's one and done, and you're smooth as a baby's butt for like 3 weeks. It's great. It's great. It's honestly not as bad as you think. They only go like 1/4 of an inch deep, so they're not going super deep, and they just get the hairs that might show. All of the others stay. It's really not a big deal, but I can understand how it's scary. I was pretty scared the first time I did it, but not a big deal and pretty straightforward. But you got to get somebody who knows what they're doing, because a lot of people offer it as a service that should not be offering it.
Stop this! You cannot stand against us!
BD!
Oh no, where do I go from here? It's like, no way they just have you go up to this ledge and then nothing. Trust me, YouTube. Trust in the words of Yan, for I am the chosen Cobra. I alone have anointed by the ninth to spread his holy word. Dude, I love Cobra so much. It's one of those weird things. Like, if you ask me, why do you like watching Cobra? I think it's a mixture of things. For one, it's really dramatic. Like, he is a dramatic human being and he's weird, so it's always entertaining. But like, and he's weirdly like very confident, because he's somebody that you look at and you listen to, and he should not be as bombastic and smug as he is. And so that makes it pretty entertaining.
Turn back, Jedi.
So there's that. He also makes music. Dude, some of his music will blow your mind. It's just like him strumming a guitar without a clear melody or rhythm, while a garage band loop plays in the background, and then he just like, he thinks he can mimic any musician's voice, so he'll try to do like a scream, like a rah, whatever, but he can't do it. And it's just King Cobra JFS Daddy song. Daddy Dearest is what it's called. It's a 10-minute song.
Not your little boy anymore. I've done a lot of growing up. I've harbored a lot of anger. Don't hate when I do that. No, guns and don't treat me like
And then the way he ends it. There's the scream. Hold on.
I'm not your little boy anymore. I'm not your little boy.
What key is this song in? Yes. Yeah, there's just... He's the hero we need, not the hero we deserve. I won't show pictures because I know some people are very sensitive to it, but his teeth also... He probably hasn't brushed his teeth in 3-4 years. And you saw what he puts on that cheeseburger. He seasons everything with only sugar and salt, an equal part mixture of sugar and salt. That's how he seasons stuff. Whether it's steak, a burger, fries, salad, equal parts sugar, equal parts salt. Like, so he has all of his drinks, like I said, he's kind of an alcoholic. All of his drinks he mixes with like Monster, Red Bull, or Mountain Dew. So all of his drinks are super sugary. So he has Mountain Dew mouth. And if you have never seen Mountain Dew mouth, if you're brave, Google Mountain Dew mouth and you'll see what I'm talking about. And that's what he has. Like, such advanced gingivitis that his gums are like hanging down. It's bad. How did you come across this dude on YouTube? Well, like I said, he lives in Casper, Wyoming, which is near where my family lives. And he's actually somewhat of a local celebrity, like, because he'll be walking around town and he just has like, he wears witches' robes and stuff, and he points his wand at traffic lights to get them to turn so he can cross. Like, he's it's somebody that you notice if he's walking around town, you know, you'll spot him. Ooh. Oh, he killed me on the death swing. Oh, lame. Okay, well. You bastards. Yeah, he's somebody that's fascinating. Because just when you think, like, and the thing that's particularly interesting, the community that surrounds him is pretty robust. So you can look up, it's called the Wendy's saga. Starting in like 2012, he started working at Wendy's when he was just a young kid. And he was actually like trying to get his life together, and he has like severe Asperger's, and he's pretty autistic as well. And of course, he's just kind of a weird guy. But he was working his butt off trying to get this job at Wendy's to go well and earn money to pay for his own apartment and stuff. And it was really admirable. Like, he was go-getter. He was really somebody that's actually kind of motivational, just working his ass off trying to make something of himself. And then over the course of the last few years, he's just like given into all of his worst traits, his addictions, his like arrogance and narcissism. And as a result, he's now like, he looks like a homeless wizard, and he can barely string a sentence together because he's always plastered drunk, and he's also fried his brain by smoking so much spice. So it's pretty fascinating. Pretty fascinating. Paul, hey Luke, I believe you might be the best reviewer, most honest game reviewer. Oh, I appreciate you. A goat, the critical drinker of games. Keep up the great work and stay true to yourself. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate you. We try. You know, we can only be better and get better, so we're trying. You know, but I do appreciate that. Seems like a court wizard that would give me a side quest in Skyrim to go fetch some scrum. Dude, if I ever make a video game, I'm definitely having a King Cobra character. Like, he's too fascinating not to. But he's got an audience. Like, he's got 40,000 plus subscribers. And he's got a whole subreddit that follows him pretty closely. TikTok has blown up recently. He's got a ton of TikTok fans.
Stim here.
Oh, come on.
Help me, BD.
I killed the first guy we ran into like this without taking a hit. And now, yeah, see, I died to that last time. I'm not dying to that again. Okay, well, let's grab this. But anyway, he's fascinating. He's fascinating. If you want to get introduced to him, look up the Wendy's saga. It's going to be by, like, I think it's Cobra Vids or something like that. Like, he is fascinating. And there's a ton of other characters in the Cobra verse, as they call it, that are just like, some of them are cruel, some of them are insane. There's never a dull moment. There's always something new. Need to climb that. What do you see? Yeah, it's amazing, the Cobra verse.
Nice job.
Yeah, no, and there's like, he has a puppet named Sean, an actual puppet, like ventriloquism puppet, that he puts on his hand, and then that puppet that he voices will just roast the ever-living crap out of him. Because, like, for example, one time, King Cobra, his name is Josh, he had a girlfriend. He cheated on that girlfriend, having sex with a pregnant woman in the back of a van with one of his friends, because he offered that pregnant woman a cigarette. And that pregnant woman accepted the cigarette in exchange for letting them, like, do her in the back of this van. Yeah, I'm not making this. This is like actually something that happened. And so this puppet, he will have the puppet roast him on camera, being like, "What are you thinking of, you dumbass? Why did you do that to Stephanie, your old girlfriend? She was the best thing that ever happened." And like, so he's self-aware, at least somewhat, but only when the puppet's screaming at him. Like, it's insane. He had a friend named Scotty. His friend Scotty regularly tried to convince him that he had a girlfriend lined up for him. And so Scotty would like, oh yeah, I've got this girl, Izzy, she's gonna go on a date with you next Friday. And then he would just make these girls up, constantly delaying the dates and all this stuff, never happening. For like 2 years, he did this. Horrible friend. Like, just lying to his buddy, I guess trying to make him feel better that girls were interested in him, but just playing on his heartstrings, catfishing him for years on end. And so now the Cobraverse, which, you know, the fans of the Cobraverse are actually weirdly protective of King Cobra and Josh. And so now the meme is that Scotty is dead to the fan base. So everybody, every time you go into a King Cobra stream where he's streaming something like those cooking videos, everybody will go R.I.P. Scotty, R.I.P. homeboy Scotty, rest in peace. Yeah, even though he's still alive, he's just dinking around in Casper, Wyoming. Like, you know, R.I.P. homeboy Scotty. There's so much there, dude. You have like 15 years of videos to catch up on. There's so much. His fan base is actually pretty good to him. I think lots of them just genuinely want to help, but it's hard because his crazy shit gets the views. Yeah, Brandon, and I think part of it also is that they want to help. Like, if you look at me as like a member of the community, a fan, I would like to help him. If I could donate money to him that he would then use to like go to the dentist or to go to therapy, I would. The problem is that the moment he gets any money in his checking account, he just goes and spends it on a $70 DoorDash order for pizza, or he'll spend it on cheap booze like Everclear. He will take Everclear and mix it with like Kool-Aid and drink it straight to get drunk. It's like rubbing alcohol. Thank you, Yatype, for becoming a member, or for another month redemption. Thank you. Appreciate you. How did you hear of the Cobraverse? Like I started to say before I got sidetracked. He's sort of a local celebrity in Wyoming. It's almost like an urban legend. People talk about him like, did you see Cobra when you went to Casper? You have to look for him at like 2 p.m. At 2 p.m. he's often out shopping around, and so you can find Cobra if you look in the right spots. You have to look on these streets at this time. It has to be sunny outside. It's like looking for Bigfoot, but it's King Cobra. And like, people will see him in cemeteries. He wanders around cemeteries looking for sticks to make wands out of. And he brings like Ouija boards with him and then tries to speak with the dead people in the cemetery. Like, he is an actual cartoon character. He's insane. What's another weird thing about King Cobra? Yeah, he's super obsessed with Ozzy Osbourne, like crazy obsessed with Ozzy Osbourne. Which is kind of funny because Ozzy, like, he thinks of himself as the goth bad boy, is what he calls himself. Which is funny because like Ozzy is not exactly the king of goth stuff. He also, like, it's fascinating. He thinks, like, he cares a lot about what people perceive him as, especially like he wants to be perceived as very masculine, but his perception of masculinity is really weird. He thinks masculinity is like dressing cool, talking a big game, and then also eating spicy stuff. So like, he thinks eating spicy stuff is what makes you a man. So he'll make ridiculous meals that are stupid spicy. And he'll hate it, clearly. Like, he'll smell it and get like spicy hiccups and stuff, and then he'll put it away. But he'll keep eating it and be miserable just because he thinks that's what a man needs to do. It's really actually pretty fascinating to try and decipher what's going on in his head at any moment. But I agree. I mean, I think a lot of people want to help him. They just honestly don't know how, because he makes it really difficult. Yeah, plot twist. I'm King Cobra. when I log off here. I go in there, I put on my prosthetic, or I take off my prosthetics that make me look like this, and then I go and I sing those songs. Oh, daddy dearest. Really in on the lore here. Dude, there's so much. It's one of my guilty pleasures, I'll be real, is keeping up with the happenings of the Cobra verse. Because there's just so much. But really, it's actually pretty tragic nowadays, because what we're seeing is effectively a descent slowly into madness, mental health issues, and addiction. Like, he is pretty far down the alcoholic route. And when you go back and you look at videos of him, like King Cobra, like Wendy's saga, I'll just show you this. So like this Wendy's saga, just to show you an early video. This is him back in like 2012. And you see, he's just like a young kid trying to figure out life. He's the gothic bad boy, and he's just doing his thing. But you look at him now. Okay, so take a mental picture of that. That's him. This is him 15 hours ago. He broke the internet. Come on. Yeah, it might be inappropriate for some users. This is him now. Like, he can barely talk.
So half a cup of that Bud Light Platinum.
Every video he does now is him drinking, even though he was just arrested for public intoxication.
Delicious mango peach juice. Says shake well.
He randomly, like, he'll just stop talking for like 10 seconds while his brain catches up because it's all fried. Like, it's crazy. And so it's actually pretty sad, because he's somebody that I think at one time was doing great, but he's since been consumed by alcoholism and his vices. And like, I'm watching it hoping he figures it out. I hope he figures it out and it ends up with a happy ending. He gets a weird goth girlfriend and they have little goth babies that run around in a pasture somewhere. I hope he has the happy ending. But as of right now, it's like when you're watching a movie and 3/4 of the way through, there's the all is lost moment, you know, where it seems like everything's going wrong and this isn't going to work out. Right now, we're in the all is lost moment, but we don't know how it ends. Is it going to end tragically with him having liver failure at 35? Or is it going to end up happy? We don't know, but it's like a real-time movie. It's pretty fascinating. I think he's 31 or 32 now. Yeah, and his eyes are just void. Yeah, so I won't be specific. Somebody near to me got into the late stages of alcoholism, like to the point where their body bloated up, their liver started failing, like death's door alcoholic. They got to that point and then had this moment of realization and snapped out of it and got the help they needed, went to like rehab and lost so much weight, looks amazing now, has their life together, and came out the other end. So I know, and I've seen what alcoholism can do to people. And the difficult and the tragic and evil thing about alcoholism, maybe not evil, but like the really tough thing about it is that the only way to overcome alcoholism is really it's with aggressive self-awareness. You have to be so freaking honest with yourself that you recognize every fault, that this addiction is my fault, that I'm having these problems because of me, not because of anybody else. It's nobody else's fault but mine. You know, it's all of these other things. And you have to like stop lying to yourself, basically. Full stop. And the only way people tend to do that is when they reach rock bottom and everything about the lies they've been telling themselves and others collapses. And the problem with King Cobra is that his entire life, his entire persona is built on him lying to himself. He's not a goth bad boy. He's like a dork living in an apartment in Casper, Wyoming. He doesn't have magical powers. He's just a guy. Like, he's not a sexual powerhouse. He hasn't brushed his teeth in 3 years and they're rotting out of his face, so nobody wants to get near him. Like, he's got to realize all of this and accept it, and then he can get better. But his entire being is built on him lying to himself. And so, as far as I can tell, I don't know how you come out of that without some pretty drastic changes. So, in a weird way, the obsession with King Cobra, the only way that it ends happily is if King Cobra ends and stops. Because the moment he's healthy, he's no longer King Cobra, and the entertaining stuff will be gone. But I'm willing to make that sacrifice if he figures out his life. It's really, really strange. So that's my obsession with King Cobra. It's bizarre, I grant you. But it's like watching a movie being at the big pivotal moment in the film where everything's going to either fix itself or fall apart. And we're at that point right now. And everybody's watching. But it's happening in real time. It's like the Truman Show. But where they're filming themselves and they're raging alcoholics who think they have magical powers. Anyway. Let's see, but honestly, the internet sounds like he may feel encouraged from it. Yeah, I do think the internet, some of his trolls do feed it. They'll ship him alcohol. There are people that feed that addiction, whether intentionally or not. They'll send him like funny, gross alcohols, and he'll drink it. Doesn't matter what it is, he'll do it. Like, same thing. I think the only way he gets healthy is if he's no longer who he is now, in every way. He's got to get off the internet. He has to stop drinking. Stop with the weird magic stuff. He thinks he's a magical wizard. He has to, like, stop trying to cook weird food hacks. He has to accept he can't cook. You know, he's got to accept all these things. So, anyway. What do you get from it? I think what it is sort of Schadenfreude. It's people who feel better about themselves because they aren't him. And so they like feed his vices and addictions because, oh God, because it makes them feel better about themselves. Oh, that was weird. He glitched. Yeah, see, look at his animation set. It's really weird.
Help, BD.
I'm clipped. Get out of there.
I need a stim, BD.
That was miserable. Making his life worse makes them feel better about their lives. Pathetic. Yeah, no, and it's a well-known and well-categorized and cataloged phenomenon. Weirdly, in internet spaces, it's it's something like you might have heard of the term like lolcow. There are people online who are classified as lolcows, and these are people that are usually really weird. Often they have like mental health issues. And they're delusional, but people on the internet find them entertaining and deem them lolcows because their delusions are entertaining, right? And while I don't think it's bad inherently to find somebody's delusions entertaining, like I don't think you're bad for finding it funny that like that guy on TLC is in love with his car. Like I don't think that that's a bad thing for you to be like, that's entertaining. That's weird. Because it is weird. It is entertaining. But when you're feeding delusions for your own entertainment, that's what I have a problem with. Like people who say like I said earlier, are sending him booze when they know he's a raging alcoholic and that it's killing him, that's pretty messed up. I'm not on board with that. I think that that's pretty horrible. But like other famous lolcows would be like Chris Chan is probably the most famous. Boogie 2988 has kind of turned into a lolcow recently. Weirdly enough. I've got to push it and freeze it. Which is, oops, that was weird. Now, let me just reset. Other lolcows. I don't know. There's probably one. Wings of Redemption, yeah. DSP, Low Tier God, the like Spoonie has kind of turned into that. Those guys which are just like so not self-aware that they end up ruining their own lives, and people find it entertaining because they, yeah, Luke Stevens. Maybe I'm just so not self-aware that you guys are actually here because you're just watching me slowly ruin my life, you know. Maybe Logan Paul, I don't know, sometimes it feels like Logan Paul should be a lolcow, but he's not. Where am I even supposed to go? Get up! Get up! You can't cancel out of those animations. Oops! Logan Paul will get there eventually. He might. Ruby Tick USA. Is he? Is he the... I mean, I've seen some people like make fun of him, but I don't know why. I'm not in tune with Review Tech. Logan Paul has too much money to get there. I think with most lolcows, and I say most because certainly not all of them are like this, but for most lolcows, it seems that they start in a very like wholesome place. People initially find them endearing, and then their vices come out and people lose sympathy, and then they start to basically be like, screw these guys. You know, so like Boogie, initially people really like Boogie. They think that he's actually kind of endearing and they like him. And then eventually Boogie starts being kind of insane and people say, screw this guy. And he just makes it worse as he doubles down and seems completely not self-aware. Usually, as I inhale my own throat, usually like once a lolcow becomes self-aware, they just go away. You know, because they realize, wait, the internet is not a healthy thing for me. Like, the trolls are causing me problems. Everything else in my life is causing problems. If I just went away, my life would be way better. And once they do that, they're no longer really lolcows. Like, I think if Wings of Redemption were to shake... Oops. I think if he were to get off the internet, people would initially throw fits and probably try to find him and get him back online because he's entertaining for them. But eventually people would just say, like, kind of move on and forget about it. The funniest thing with Rings of Redemption, though, recently has been that his wife has started her own, like, weight loss journey. And she's doing really well. And she's, like, funny. She leans into the trolls. The trolls actually, like, really like his wife. Which is hilarious because he cannot stand them. And hates that she like leans into it sometimes, which I just find like really funny. But it's because she understands how to do it. Like, if you guys like what you guys just did, like we're talking about internet lolcows, and then one of you says, huh, Luke Stevens. Like, can you imagine if I was like, okay, Imperium, get on there, ban that person for saying I'm a lolcow? Like, if I started doing that immediately, people would be like, oh, so that gets a reaction. And everybody would start doing that. I mean, it's also kind of funny, like just the thought of it. But like, if I had no sense of humor about it, and if I was just like, no, I'm not a lolcow, ban anybody who says that, everybody would start doing it, you know? Yeah, Herobrine, sorry. Herobrine. Ban him. You know? Like that, and that's the thing everybody knows about Wings of Redemption is that Wings of Redemption's the guy who's like, make fun of anybody, or not make fun. He says like, ban anybody giving me advice. Or ban anybody questioning my gaming skill was another famous one. Where it's just like so not in tune with everybody else, you know? It's like you're making it way worse than it has to be. Like this we're talking about video games. This isn't that serious. Like calm down. My biggest issue with a lot of streamers, people online, is they have no sense of humor. Yeah, and they start to drink their own Kool-Aid. It's like we looked at those streamers who had like the most not self-aware statements and stuff, like that one guy who was at like TwitchCon and said openly that he had a god complex, doesn't want a relationship with his viewers, and thinks he's above all of them and doesn't want them to talk to him when he's playing games and stuff. And it's like, dude, you're playing video games on video. No part of this is serious or cool. Like this whole thing is pretty silly. Like look at me right now. I'm sitting in a studio dedicated, a temple filled with toys, with massive Lego sets that cost more than some people's cars. And like, I'm sitting here drinking a sugary drink, talking to some glass and silicon. This whole thing's pretty ridiculous. Like, rewind the clocks 20 years. Okay, more likely. Rewind the clocks 10 minutes and tell my parents I'm doing this and they'll tell me to stop. But like, this whole thing is weird and it's okay to acknowledge it as weird. And like, things we do can have actual impact. Like I take, say, game reviews pretty seriously because I know that if I recommend something to you, you might spend your hard-earned money at like on that thing. And if I was not being honest about it, you could waste your money. And that's not cool. And I'm not going to do that. So I take it very seriously. But like the act of playing games and entertaining you through YouTube videos and stuff, it's not that serious. It doesn't have to be. So I like it when people say stuff like, lol, Luke's a dumbass for saying this about this game. Like, okay, cool. Like, I don't care what you think. You know, I'll take your feedback, sure. But I'm not going to lose sleep over what somebody online said about me, you know? I'm finally going to find the climbing pics or whatever. Come on, Luke, don't tell us you don't have the exact same opinion as him. Yeah, I'm not saying that I'm better than everyone, but... And he knew. He started saying it, and he was like, there's no good way of saying this. He's like, I think that I am better than my viewers. Like, Jesus, dude. Dude, I can already tell. For some reason, I don't remember this boss fight at all. This doesn't ring like any bells. Oh, thank you. Oh, sorry. It's really quiet. Thank you. Appreciate you. I'm glad you got through that review of Ghost of Tsushima because that was a very experimental time on the channel where we were trying critiques in multiple parts. And you'll notice we don't do that anymore. And we don't do it anymore because it didn't really go super well. So I'm glad that you got through it. Because I know for a lot of people it was like really disjointed and weird. But it's because I hired this company that did all the stuff for Tim the Tap Man to edit my videos. And they wanted to charge like a lot, I'll just say a lot of money for editing the videos and critiques the way I do them normally. And it was like so much that it would make it impossible to justify making those videos. So we made it in multiple parts and they were like, we think it's going to perform really well. It did not. Sure didn't. And by the end of it, people were like, yeah, I'm good. I don't really like this format. So we learned our lesson. I think I remember why. Right. I'm guessing I don't remember this because it's a pretty terrible boss fight. This is kind of lame. I was supposed to pull him. Okay. Like, how do you make this boss fight feel lame? I don't know. Well, they found a way. Oop. I have to jump over it, duh. Why was I trying to block it? I don't know. I think you just run into the risk of viewers expecting the next part. They get upset when it doesn't get uploaded to the Witcher Netflix review. I'm looking at you. Yeah, sorry about that. I was so excited to do the Witcher Netflix thing. And then I do not know how people handle the copyright crap with that. I don't know. Because it was pretty rough getting that. I don't think I even got that thing monetized. I think I have never made a penny off that. I could check, but I'm not sure. But like, it was a nightmare just to get that thing so it could publish. The first draft or two that I published, they said that they weren't going to allow it to be viewed in the US, the UK, Germany, Australia, like pretty much my entire audience, the English speaking world, they wouldn't let anybody see it. Well, that's new. I didn't see that coming at all. Wow. Yeah, watch them as one continuous video. Yeah, I think that's what most people ended up doing. Well, it's ever since I did that, I've gotten like almost 0 comments from people asking for it to, like, for me to break up critiques into multiple parts. I've gotten maybe 1 or 2. Come on. Maybe 1 or 2 from, like, I think on the Elden Ring video, I got one. On the God of War video, I got one. Because I said something like, these videos take a long time to make. And someone was like, quoted that and said, cry me a river, then make them in smaller parts. It's like that. For one, that doesn't fix the like, the video is going to be the same length, just broken up. So that doesn't fix it. Whatever. But since I did that Ghost of Tsushima video, I've noticed not many people ask for a ton of parts. I think people have just realized, like, oh, actually, the longer videos kind of work. Slash. Look at all that health. This is one of those moments where I'm honestly, like, very intrigued at what the come on. At what the difference between, like, story mode and hardcore mode would be in terms of difficulty. Because, like, this doesn't feel hard, it just feels tedious. If the dodge will freaking go. But I would guess on the story mode difficulty, it's just like an absolute walk in the park in terms of, like, quickly dealing damage. The fight is like 30 seconds long. Yeah, see, that was good. That was good. Yeah, this is going to take forever. Yeah, see, these are those fights that I don't find particularly fun. Oh, he went left. Yeah, see, it's easy when you jump over it. Dark Souls has had a few of these kinds of fights. They call them endurance fights, and I just don't really like them. I don't find them fun. I don't find them, like, difficult. I find them just annoying. I didn't know he could transition out of that attack so quick. I thought he had to sit there for a second to let me hit his head. Not over there, but okay. Whack. Whack. And he flies up. I didn't double jump though. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Like I press it once and it double jumps. Maybe my controller's like sticky. I don't know. Like that. That one just defaulted to double jumping. Maybe it's that attack. It makes you like automatically double jump. Can we also take a moment to appreciate how bizarre this guy looks? Like no part of this thing should be able to fly. It's built like a baked potato. We're close. Gonna fly away now. We don't get to kill him here. Bunch of lightsaber blasts to the forehead.
I think it's gone.
It's a bat rat. Wings of a bat and face of a rat. Flies like a rat too. Okay, now we grab the thing. What difficulty are you playing on right now? I just got through a Grandmaster playthrough, and I'll say the final second sister fight is aggravating as hell. Yeah, I'm on Jedi Master, whatever. But I have gone and I've intentionally tried to find as many of these stim upgrades as I can, and I'm really prioritizing like those perks and stuff, so makes it a little easier. I remember the next bit, the free falling thing. I struggled so hard. Yeah, there's a few moments in here where it's like a really cool idea, but they just, I don't know. I don't think the systems were really there yet. It's like the mud sliding thing. The mud sliding is initially kind of cool when you go down the trash chute in the opening like prologue section. But later on, like those ice or not the icy, the ones in the jungle where you have to like jump from side to side, those things are touchy as hell. Often, like if you get shot with a blaster while you're sliding down them, it'll turn you around 180 degrees so you're facing up while you're falling down, and so the controls are like are inverted. It just is not great. And there's a lot of stuff like that. Climbing slowly through. Oh, BD1's so cute. You got to appreciate that they just casually waltzed in and made a super lovable robot. It's not easy to do. They just did it. Nailed it. Thank you for the $4.99.
Melabeta donated $4.99 through Super Chat.
Dilly dilly.
Hey Luke, so glad I caught the stream.
I'm glad too.
I saw a short on your thoughts of Forspoken. I'm curious on what makes you feel that way.
More than anything, I have yet to see what really makes that game special. I think that's my biggest problem with it. It just feels like sort of a Square Enix inspired romp in the particle effect hay, and I didn't find the combat particularly fun. I didn't find world exploration interesting. I didn't find the rewards that you get for that exploration useful or compelling to go and explore. A bunch of stuff like that just didn't tie it together for me. Am I gonna have to? I think I can wall climb that. Oh, geez. So things like that kind of add up for me, because every time you are looking at a new game, oh God, there's got to be something that makes it worthwhile, right? I can't see anything. Oh. What did I do wrong? So I just don't know what the thing is. Like, what is the hook? What's supposed to get me to play this for 30, 40, 50 hours? And I don't know. Oh, I should pick that up. There's not much there, but something. I don't know. If you have, Melabeta, the, like, whatever the hook is, if you know something that I don't about that game, let me know. I want to know. I just haven't seen anything that really is like, oh yeah. I think the first time we went up this, I don't think it got hit by the rock, or like the rock didn't stall it. We're gonna die? I mean, I would say so if this were happening to me. Yep. Stab, stab, stabby. Is there a reason in the lore why Jedi can't just use the Force to fly? Of course, just instant reloads. Yeah, moments, things like this in games, I don't like. The constant trial and error. I think it tears you out of it. Like, it makes it so you're not as immersed. I like the set piece, but I like that. I don't think should have been a requirement. I think they should have just made you land on it. Just give me a longer cutscene. It's okay. It'll be okay. Like that. Like, okay, so now I know I have to hang heavy to the left. Like, that's not fun, and it just tears me out of it. It'd be way more cinematic if it were just working. Then let me, like, do a quick time event here or something, you know? It's ramming itself into stuff. Yeah, extremely unreliable is a great way to put it. Fly! Use your Jedi wings!
Jump again? Okay, I trust you.
It's a guessing game. Hey, we got it.
Wish I could say the same for this.
You gotta
creature,
double
though.
tap. I will say that is one of the endearing things about Cal, is like, even though that thing just tried to kill him, He's like, I wish we didn't have to kill it. Wish it were okay. You know, he doesn't revel in the death.
Very nice.
The South Park games? Yes, actually. One of my guilty pleasure games are the South Park games. I got the DLC for the Fractured Butthole. I have not gone through it yet. I might wait till we're a little closer to the Casa Bonita opening. Okay. But I do really like those games. And one of my guilty pleasures is to go through the Stick of Truth and break it completely. Because if you haven't played that game before, you might not know that that game is very, very breakable.
Where is your skill? We will end you.
I'm running around looking for something to do. Ow.
I need a stim, BD.
Okay, you can, like, moments like these, having a blaster would be so great.
A brother falls.
Shoot me again. I want to deflect it.
Try me, Jedi.
Shoot me. Shoot me. Now they don't want to. Okay. Now they're okay. They're just not gonna do it.
Help, please.
Shakes in fear.
This whole little engagement's been a cluster.
Help me, BD.
Death is coming for you. I will avenge my brothers.
Oh, that was a red one. Damn it. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, now he moves. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, God. Where are you?
Where did he go?
Up here. Bitch. I'll just leave him. You survived, dude. Congrats.
To their village. I doubt they expected us to come back. Still, there's got to be a stealthier way in.
How long are you gonna stream today? I don't know. I'm feeling good. I'm having fun. You guys having fun? We're feeling good. Feeling good on a Wednesday. Sparkling thoughts. Give me the hope to go on. This is a lens. The beeping is slowly driving me crazy. So we're going to try swapping out lenses real quick. Look how meaty that boy is. Look at that boy. That's a thick ass boy. Wow, lordy. That's a thick ass boy. But this is what I mean. This one has a dedicated like focus ring. So once you set it, you forget it. This thing is not changing focus until you do it. Like until you touch it and move it. Whereas this one will randomly like turn itself off. So give me a second. We're going to swap lenses out real quick. I know I'm supposed to turn the camera off during this, but I'm just going to go for it, okay? That's a thick ass boy. When's the last time you went to GameStop? Oh, maybe I don't know, maybe like 2 months ago. I went in there to see if they had anything. They didn't have anything in stock. Like, you found something and they said they had to order it. Nothing was in stock. It was insane. This is how I change camera stuff. Okay, ready? Camera off. Lens off. Lens, new lens on. Lens cap off. Power on. Let's see if it works. Okay, it did. It did. And then this is set. Focus it. I think that looks good. We're gonna see if this was. I got it on the first try. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty in focus. I'll work with that. That works. Fallen Order? Yeah, I want to. I do indeed want to. That gonna just blow me out? No, that looks good. It was a little dark before. This looks good. Yeah, so this is the lens that was just on the camera. And for being very expensive, I'm baffled that it has the problems that it does. So I'm a little unimpressed, Sony, if I'm being real. But we're just going to leave that there. And shove all this stuff back in the box. Because I think we're going to be using the Sigma. This thing looks good. It's nice and soft. Lets in a lot of light from back here, but keeps the wide angle so we can have that. Then we're going to keep it. And it was on sale. Can't be mad about that. I can be mad about this, though. The fact that for a very expensive lens, it just starts screeching, going beep, 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 if you use it for more than 15 minutes. You would think that would be unacceptable, but apparently to Sony, that's normal. Make sure I'm putting the right lens back in. Not the cheap one. Let's see. Seems focused on the mic. Yeah, so like how I usually tell is based on my hair and eyebrows. Usually that's the giveaway for when something's in focus or not. Lens cap will go on. Without guessing, guys, like I said, I'm returning this. So I'm not keeping this. This is going back to the store. I overpaid for it to begin with. So this is going back to the store. I'm not actually keeping this. But how much do you think this little thing, how much do you think Sony charges for this thing? Because lenses always make me depressed at how expensive they are. Yeah, the nose hairs. Yeah, I focus up on the nose hairs. Yeah. That's why all of my stuff gets super blurry the moment I get a haircut, because I can't focus on the nose hairs. About 350. 713, 1200, 800, 900, 2K, 350. I think Caleb looked it up. Yeah, it's like $13.99 for this little thing. And like I said, it has a well-known issue where being used for longer than like 10 minutes, it starts like screeching at you. It starts beep, 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 beep. It's super annoying. And they're like, yeah, we know about it, but whatever. I'm like, for $1,400, this thing should also double as a fleshlight, like for real. I didn't tell their customer support that, but, you know, I thought it. So this thing is going back It's going back to, I think I got it through Best Buy. You know, this wasn't in the cards. Sony lenses. Yeah, the Sony G series lenses specifically. If you see a Sony lens and it has that G on it, it's stupid expensive. What's this? No. Yeah, Sony G series stuff is ridiculous. I like this lens I've had forever, and it's not a G series, but it's a Zeiss glass lens. And this is what was on this camera before I swapped this lens out. It's a 24 to 70 millimeter f4.0. And this is like a super robust and versatile lens. I think it's great. It's just not great for indoor use in a studio like this because the f4.0 makes it really, really dark. So it's just not ideal. But what are you gonna do? Get the cheaper lens. Why not? And like I said, I don't need manual or I don't need autofocus for a situation like this. So like, why? I'm not gonna pay for it. You know, I'm good. I'm good. I'm finna be good. That's what cool people say, right? I'm finna good. Dead ass, bro. No, Hero Brian, you're gonna join Imperium. No! Luke is a Sony pony confirmed as I roast them for a terrible lens. Well, Hero Brian, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming out.
I had no idea this was here when I pulled the bridge down.
Thanks for helping hold down the fort. I appreciate you.
Like you and the cutter on Kashyyyk.
No, this is the old Star Wars game, 2019. Stuff's in here. But the sequel to this is coming very, very soon.
We have sacrificed too many. He's too dangerous. We should kill him.
Let's see. Sigma is an amazing consumer brand and great for professionals on a budget. Super good quality. Yeah, no, I've had a few Sigma lenses actually, and they've always really impressed me. Really good stuff. The other one, Rokinon. These cameras are running on Rokinon lenses right here. This camera's on a Rokinon lens. Yeah, they lack autofocus, but for video, who cares? It's great. It's great. I love it. I have not played Masquerade Blood Hunt. I do have it on the list, though, of games to play. I have not played it yet, though. Great camera angle right here. This is some Luke Stevens cinematic quality right here. Just aim it in the corner, and you'll be good. Marcus, I get that. What, like, no joke, everybody. If you're here in stream right now, and you don't normally come at this time, or maybe this time just isn't ideal for you, can you put in, like, whatever time, we should probably unify it. I guess I'll make you do the work. Go to Google, whatever your time zone is, convert it to MST, Mountain Standard Time, and tell me what times would be best for you. Wherever you are in the world, whatever is convenient, because we're looking at adding more streams and varying it and shaking it up a little, but I need to know what times are best for people. It's 3 a.m. here. Ooh. Oh, Jaren Karen, you're too nice. You're too kind. Rocky will casually come in and he's like, yeah, it's 5:30 a.m. I've been up all night moderating this stream. No big deal. Like, and Imperium, because they're both in Australia. Like, geez, guys, go to bed. I appreciate you, but goddamn. So for me, it's 5 p.m. where you start or when you start, and it's currently 9:25. Would you say that that's convenient, or would you prefer that it were streamed like in the morning your time? Like, I don't know when people are like most prefer, the morning or the streams to be? Do you like them in the middle of the day while you're working? Do you like them in your evening time? What do I do? There's so many of these guys. I hate these. Okay. Well, where am I supposed to go? I'm supposed to go down a level and through that door. That door? The blue door?
You cannot defeat. You cannot break me.
Whoa!
None stand before the Night Brother.
That was my bad. I smudged my glasses, itching my eye. I'm in Belgium, same thing. Works out. My kids are in bed and my wife is sleeping on the couch. For me, it's 6 p.m. when you start, 10 p.m. now. I prefer if the streams were like an hour earlier. Okay. I've actually been thinking of starting them about an hour earlier, like 9 a.m. my time, right at the beginning of the workday. You start when I get back to work at 12 p.m. Eastern. I keep it on while I work. Okay. 10:30 p.m. here at CET. For me, these streams are good. Your streams start at 6 p.m. so I can listen to them during the evening chores. 3 a.m. here in India. Oh, Anzar. Ooh. Goodness. So maybe if we switch to evening my time for a stream or two each week, we could do, it would be like these streams maybe for once or twice a week, and then once or twice a week we do what would be the evening for me. So we would start 6 to 8 hours later. So for the US, it would be like a late night stream, like 8 p.m. onward. So that could work.
Kill the intruder. Was that a hit? You cannot stand against us.
Roll, damn you. Ah. You guys thought of everything. Get up the stairs, you dummy. I kept my cool. I didn't freak out. Yeah, like 8 p.m. my time. World Time Buddy, is that a King Cobra? World Time Buddy. Okay, so if we're going, okay, Denver. So Denver would be so right now streams start right here, and are going to here. So Argentina, where's another? How do I add another? Add locations. Oh, duh. Let's go UK. Sorry, United Kingdom. Let's go India. And let's go Australia. Let's go Australian Central Time. I know Australia's big, but yeah, hopefully this at least makes it somewhat easier. South Africa. Okay, South Africa, Cape Town. And you can pull up World Time, but okay, I just read that. Okay, so if this is it, and I set this as quote unquote home, what we've been doing is streaming about like this. Okay, I don't understand how this works. From here to here. This is what we've been doing. Okay, so this is our normal stream time. which lines up with what you guys are saying, like, you know, late evening, early afternoon. Makes sense. What we're talking about potentially adding would be an evening stream, which would be like this. Probably like that. Which is timeout like that. So for like London, it'd be very early in the morning. So probably not a lot of UK people in there. But for like India, it would be early morning. For Australia, it would be early afternoon. South Africa, early morning. Oh, my camera's... Oh, duh. I'm a pro. Central Europe. Yeah, I can do that. Okay. Central European time. There you go. So it would be this. So it wouldn't appeal for everybody. But I'm trying to think of like, the alternative would be instead of that late, we would instead start at like 2 p.m. when we normally finish and go to like 6 p.m. And if we did that, then times would look like this broken down. And I don't know if this is more appealing or better for anybody. The other thing is, of course, in the States, like, okay, my camera's still kind of covering it. Is that better? What about this? Maybe? I don't know. Jake, thank you. What controller wakes the Steam Deck? Series 3? Sarah, what controller wakes the Steam Deck? Oh, like, can turn it on? I don't know. I don't know. Like now I'm having a beer watching this stream in the morning. Doesn't really work. Michael, not with that attitude. We can change that. Elite 3 controller. Oh yeah, no, the Elites. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe the answer to this is that we just experiment. We just try it and see what works. Because it might very well be that for a lot of people, weirdly, like, afternoon in the States is like really, really ideal. I don't know. Little stuttery. Can't jump up that. Love it.
Stop him from moving.
Roll, damn you.
You cannot defeat our might.
BD, here.
Stand and fight me. Running away. Fight me, you coward! He will fall before us. Show me your famous Jedi skill.
Now, BD.
Shakes in fear. The outsider runs from us.
I know I'm supposed to just deal with it, but
Another step. BD, here.
it's so toxic. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do this the real way and actually fight them. Yeah. It was worth a shot. Yeah, I can do that, Louvre. Yeah. I can do that. Maybe like we can even schedule them the full week. Like the full week of streams are scheduled so you can see them and hit the notify me option and stuff.
I will strike true. You will fall. Shakes in fear.
Come on.
Stim BD.
Come on! Bring it on! What happened?
Up here.
That was weird.
I need a stim BD. Fight me, you coward! Fight with me, brother!
Come on, shoot me. Thank you, Nikhil.
No outsider can beat us! You cannot win!
Brothers, stand with me! You cannot defeat our might!
24-hour hot tub stream. Now. Yes. Yesterday. Crimson, thanks for coming by. I'm gonna have to go, but it's been a fun stream. See you next time. Yes, Sophie, thanks for coming by. I think we're gonna wrap up here in a second. See if I can manage to get through this.
I hit him! Was that a hit?
I need a stim BD.
Stop him from moving! Kill the outside!
Okay. Okay. I know when you know the juice isn't flowing anymore. You should end your streams with a freestyle rap, so you literally wrap the stream up. Now that you've said that, if I don't do that, then I'm the problem. So now I have to do that. Starting next stream. Well, thank you everybody for hanging out. This is good fun. It's been good fun. I do appreciate every single one of you. It's been fun. It's been really fun. We'll be back Monday, as always, playing some more games. I hope to be getting some review codes and preview stuff going pretty soon. And I'm asking them if we can be members of the preview streams to showcase stuff early. For some games that works, other games it might not. So that's in the works, but we might have more on that later. As for next week's streams, I would suspect that a lot of it is going to be spent building this. But we shall see. Louvre, thank you for coming, remember. 3 months on the way. To wrap up the stream, what's your favorite dinosaur? I like the Triceratops just because it looks like it shouldn't exist. Everything about that creature doesn't look real. So I find it very fascinating. Very, very cool. Thanks for the stream as always. Can't wait for the next team. Always fun hanging around with you and hanging out. Yes, keep the family healthy. Yes, Michael Harris will do. You want to play, you made me want to play Star Wars again. Sorry, pink and blue. Sorry. It happens. Have fun looking family. Yes, everybody. I will. We'll be back. I will hold off on the Lego building until you are with me, and we will do that together. It's going to be great. And I look forward to it. I'm gonna be brainstorming over the weekend of stuff we can do to like also react to and watch while we're doing it, so that we can, it's not just me building Legos for a long time. But I will also schedule up and set up all of the stream times ahead of time, so you guys can see all of those. And we'll probably do a community post every time we post those and be like, hey, the streams have gone up. Check them out here, to set like a notification reminder and stuff like that. So we'll do that. As for other stuff, if you need to reach me, Twitter or the Discord, and go check out the video that went up earlier. We can do that. Old videos, I actually thought, Jacob, of doing like a reaction to my old critiques to see how bad they are or how good they are and what I would change. So we might react to like the first critique I ever made on Mass Effect Andromeda. We might react to that. So I don't know. We'll see. But it'll be fun. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I love you all very, very much. Hugs and kisses. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Go check out the video. Just went up earlier. Bye. Love you. Bye.